The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Would the House and gallery please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain?
Almighty Father, grant perseverance and fortitude to all here present. You who are our peace, grant us that serenity that is found only by being united to you. May we prefer you to all, choose you before all, follow you above all. Our choices made are in vain if you are not with us. Incline your merciful heart and transform us to be like unto you, who live and reign for ages unending. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Sam Harless of Harris County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members and guests in this great gallery. Please join me in the pledge to the greatest country there is. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the great state of Texas. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
The chair will now hear excuses for absent members. Please excuse Mr. Herrera because of important missing the district on the motion of Mr. Martinez-Fisher. Please excuse Ms. Campos because of an illness on the motion of Ms. Garcia. Is there objection? Chair has none so ordered.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has concurred in the House amendments to the following measures. SB 48, 30 yeas, 0 nays. SB 182, 31 yeas, 0 nays. SB 599, 31 yeas, 0 nays. SB 614.
Thank you. That's a lot of yays. We like that. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Chris Casso from McAllen as a Doctor of the Day. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 6, HB 63, HB 73, HB 103, HB 207, HB 246, HB 282, HB 291, HB 387, HB 433, HB 587, HB 627, HB 628, HB 639, HB 671, HB 679, HB 697, HB 730, HB 891, HB 916, HB 1184, HB 1195, HB 1263, HB 1290, HB 1416, HB 1427, HB 1434, HB 1440, HB 1442, HB 1457, HB 1553, HB 1631, HB 1632, HB 1647, HB 1661, HB 1699, HB 1712, HB 1769, HB 1778, HB 1817, HB 1825, HB 1885, HB 1900, HB 1911, HB 1913, HB 1914, HB 2002, HB 2022, HB 2065, HB 2127, HB 2154, HB 2157, HB 2170, HB 2291, HB 2314, HB 2354, HB 2499, HB 2590, HB 2636, HB 2719, HB 2754, HB 2804, HB 2835, HB 2837, HB 2867, HB 2876, HB 2897, HB 2929, HB 3014, HB 3025, HB 3053, HB 3096, HB 3099, HB 3132, HB 3162, HB 3186, HB 3223, HB 3287, HB 3288, HB 3311, HB 3313, HB 3444, HB 3485, HB 3492, HB 3554, HB 3558, HB 3599, HB 3660, HB 3730, HB 3765, HB 3860, HB 3928, HB 4051, HB 4057, HB 4077, HB 4128, HB 4141, HB 4218, HB 4333, HB 4446, HB 4504, HB 4528, HB 4539, HB 4595, HB 4611, HB 4742, HB 4844, HB 4906, HB 5195, HB 5303, HB 5311, HB 5394, HB 5174, HCR 119, HCR 4, HCR 12, HCR 36, HCR 42, HCR 45, HCR 61, HCR 75, HCR 77, HCR 82, HCR 83, HCR 86, HCR 132, HB 844, HB 3208, HB 4142, HB 4928, HB 5310.
Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's calendar. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and adopt House Resolution 1774.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1774 by Holland, commending Susie Kennan for her service to Texas PTA.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this time to recognize Miss Susie Kennan and her service as the president of the Texas PTA. Susie's also one of my House District 33 constituents and served in a multitude of positions in the Wiley ISD PTA before becoming president of Texas PTA. Susie has proved to be a vital resource for parents, teachers, school administrators, and community leaders. Nearly 500,000 members strong, the organization seeks to encourage family engagement in order to promote the health, education, and overall well-being of children on school campuses across this state. Susie, we appreciate all that you do for the state of Texas and welcome you to your state capital. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of resolutions. Objection. Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 2116.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2116 by Morales of Maverick, commending Maria de la Paloma Villaseñor Vargas for her service as the Mexican consul in Del Rio.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I have the privilege of recognizing Dr. Maria de la Paloma Villaseñor Vargas, the Mexican consul in Del Rio, Texas. Prior to serving as a consul of Del Rio, she previously served as a Mexican consul in Calgary, Canada, and has won 3 elections to the Legislative Assembly in Mexico. Once at the state level and twice at the federal level, where she led the campaign for the protection and care of individuals with autism. A native of Mexico City, Dr. Villaseñor Vargas speaks fluent Spanish, English, French, and Italian, and obtained her doctorate in Innovation and Social Responsibility from the Universidad Anáhuac de Mexico. I would like to recognize Dr. Villaseñor Vargas for her commitment to service and recognize her contributions to the state of Texas and Mexico and our border region. You can see her up on the left. If you can give her a round of applause. Welcome to the Texas Capitol. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Cole for a motion. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. Members, please take your seats. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 15 by Cole in memory of former Austin Mayor and Travis County Commissioner Bruce Todd.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Cole.
Speaker, member, I'd like to take back up House Resolution 15. It brings up previously adopted resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we're celebrating the life and legacy of former Austin Mayor Bruce Todd. Bruce served as the mayor of Austin from 1991 to 1997 and served on the Travis County Commissioner's Court beforehand in the 1980s. As mayor, Bruce is best remembered for convincing the Air Force to hand over Bergstrom Air Force Base to the city once the base was slated for closure, allowing the city to move Austin's airport from the old Mueller Airport. Also during his tenure, he set aside wide swaths of the hill country for the Balcones Canyon Land Preserve and to transfer the city's public Brackenridge Hospital to the nonprofit now known as Seed and Ascension. As mayor, Bruce Todd helped usher Austin into the 21st century. Before was a once known as a sleepy college town and has grown into one of the biggest and best cities in America. In the House Gallery today, we have his widow, Elizabeth Christian, who needs no introduction for her incredible advocacy over the years. Thank you for coming to the Texas House and let us pay tribute to Bruce today.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson appears for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to suspend all necessary rules so the House may take up and consider H.R. 2114.
Members of the motion, objection, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 2114 by Dutton in memory of Pastor Lewis Charles Sidney Sr.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, he was a pastor of St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church in Houston, Texas, and he dedicated his life to the ministry. He did extra work at his church. He incorporated a feeding for the hungry and caring for those who were suffering. He was a very excellent person doing outreach for our community and schools, children during a time in which they were going to be going back to school. He did a senior program. He was a very progressive minister of the gospel, and we will dearly miss him for the dedicated service that he rendered to our community. I move.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. Thank you, members. The resolution is unanimously adopted. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 2008.
Members heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 2008 by Alverson, congratulating Mark Henry on his retirement as Superintendent of Cypress Fairbanks ISD.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is my great pleasure to welcome the superintendent of the third largest school district in the state of Texas, Dr. Mark Henry, to the gallery today. Dr. Henry is our longest-serving superintendent in Cy-Fair ISD, who's in his 12th year of service to our community in that position, and he will be retiring at the end of this year. And so we wanted to take this opportunity, all of us members that represent Cy-Fair, to pay tribute for your many years of service, sir. Since 2011, when Dr. Henry started as the superintendent of Cy-Fair ISD, he has navigated the district through significant growth. Some of his leadership accomplishments include the addition of 9 new campuses, a tremendously increased enrollment, facility renovations, and safety and security enhancements. Under his leadership, Cy-Fair ISD has received an A rating from the TEA, as well as the HEB Excellence in Education Award, and been named the best overall academic performance and financial performance by an education resource group. Dr. Henry has a long history in education, serving as superintendent for multiple school districts prior to coming to Cy-Fair, including Collinsville and Milford ISD. He has personally been named as the Education Service Center Region 4 Superintendent of the Year, Texas Administrator of the Year, and finalist for Texas Superintendent of the Year. Outside of the school, he is a member of the Texas Association of School Administrators, former chair of the UIL Legislative Council, a vice chair of the Teacher Retirement System of Texas, and chair of the Cy-Fair Houston Chamber of Commerce. He currently serves as trustee to the Cy-Fair Educational Foundation's Leadership Committee, as well as HCA Houston Healthcare. And of course, none of these achievements would have been likely possible without the love and support of his amazing family, including his wife, Cindy, their 3 children, his 7 grandchildren. And as Dr. Henry always likes to remind me, I am the son of a Baptist minister, so I believe that probably plays in there as well. Dr. Henry, I know there are many folks here that want to congratulate you and say a few words, but I just want to say personally, since I've come into office in 2017, I have truly enjoyed our time working together for the betterment of education in our district. You truly are an amazing leader. I love your passion for learning. I love your passion for the district. And I love, most importantly, the fact that every single one of those kids you treat like they're your children. You leave no one behind. Everyone's valuable. Everybody gets a great education at Cy-Fair. And, sir, you lead by example. So I just want to say thank you so much. And your successor has some mighty big shoes to fill, not just literally, but figuratively. Please welcome Dr. Henry to the gallery.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw.
Thank you, Dr. Oliverson, first, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Henry, I just want to say it's been an honor and a pleasure, and it will be as long as you're still here, to work with you. And I, on behalf of the Hispanic community specifically, because it's, from what I understand, over 60% in your student body in Cy-Fair. So I want to thank you for the tremendous work you put in to make sure that all of the students have a great education to start their life out with. It's really wonderful to have this ISD and the school in the district as sort of the flagship for all other districts to look at. So I want to thank you, and I also see many familiar faces that you're flanked by your team, so I would just like to ask all of you to stand too, because this incredible work is a team effort. You have an amazing leader, but I know how hard each of you work and how dedicated you are. So I welcome you to the Texas House, and we honor you today. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Henry, you've been a great friend to Patricia and myself for a long time, and we've never had to worry about Cy-Fair with you at the leadership. Thank you for all you've done, and thank you for your friendship.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Henry, it's such a pleasure to welcome you to the People's House today. I don't know what I can say. I have appreciated being able to work together with you, our relationship. I love your staff. I believe you have been one of the driving forces to make Cy-Fair Independent School District the best school district in the whole state. It's the largest A-rated school district in the state. I have toured the facilities numerous times. I've gone to campuses, seen the programs, and I can only be impressed by how far we've come. Both of my kids graduated from Cy-Fair Independent School District, and I'm proud of them. I'm proud of our school district. I'm proud to call you a friend, and there is no way to replace somebody like you. I only hope whoever comes in next can even come close to that, can even be half of that. But thank you so much, and welcome to the Texas House.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Henry, it's so great to see you. When I first ran in 2005, Dr. Henry was the superintendent of Galena Park ISD before moving on to Cy-Fair. So I want to thank you for your service. Thank you for serving our school children in our community, and thank you for your leadership.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And again, Dr. Henry, our community just wouldn't be the same had it not been for your leadership. We're truly grateful for you and the many things that you've brought to the students in our community. And it's just our great pleasure to take this time to honor you and recognize you and wish you all the best. And then let's finish out 23, get that off to a good start. We love you, brother. Thank you for being here today. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. The objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, how long does a member have to speak to kill a bill on the local and consent calendar?
That is 10 minutes, Mr. Canales.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
If there are multiple bills on a local calendar that a member wishes to speak 10 minutes against, can a member make a motion to move those bills to the end of the calendar?
If the chair has previous notification, we typically move them to the end of the calendar.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Hypothetically, if a member has been misled in writing various times by a senator, whether they were going to pass their local bills, a member could then speak for 10 minutes against all that senator's local bills if that is the member's intention, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Canales. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk read the caption.
H.R. 1587 by Reynolds, commending the members of the Texas Legislative Internship Program class of the 88th Legislature.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm so excited today to bring up House Resolution 1587, honoring the Texas Legislative Internship Program. This program was started back in 1990 by former State Senator Rodney Ellis. As County Commissioner in Harris County, he continues to oversee the program today that is being administered by our very own Texas Southern University. This session, there are 34 students participating in offices throughout the Capitol. These interns have served as a valuable staff in every single office that they served in. Now, some of you came to the Roast and Toast, and you know that I'm very fortunate to be one of 3 current House members that are former TLIPers, along with Chairman Armando Wally, and we have also Ana Hernandez. We're so excited to, and I want them to come up here. If I can tell you, members, if it wasn't for the TLIP program that opened my eyes as a student at Texas Southern University to the possibilities of being a legislator, I probably wouldn't be here today. We're so grateful for the TLIP program. In this session, the Texas Legislative Black Caucus has actually partnered with the Texas Legislative Internship Program. So today in the gallery, we want the TLIP class of 2023 to stand up. Stand up, everybody. These young men and women have been working very diligently from day one, doing research, constituent services, following members in committee, and everything in between, answering phones, every single thing. They have made a very strong impact on the staffs that they're in, and we want to commend you for stepping up to the plate as our emerging leaders, our best and brightest. And many of you, too, will be state legislators or judges or CEOs or whatever you choose to be, because the TLIP program, it opens up many possibilities to networking. And so, members, we're so grateful for all of you who came this session, even the speaker and others who let us roast them so that we can raise money to support these emerging leaders. Members, thank you so much for your support. And I know that there are other few members that want to recognize theirs. DeAndre Arnold, my TLIPper, has been just recently passed the bar exam. He's a lawyer now. He just graduated from the Thurgood Marshall School of Law last week, so he is just ready to be sworn in, I believe. So thank you for working in my office this session, and I want to let other members who want to recognize their TLIPper speak at this time.
The chair would like to remind the chamber that I did not roast Ms. T. I roasted the other speakers, if you recall. The chair recognizes Ms. Cole.
I want to recognize my TLIPper, Hawani. She recently graduated from Rice University, and she has joined us and did outstanding work. She worked on the Barbara Jordan dedication, and we would not be able to have it done without her. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen.
Quickly, I want to recognize Alexandria Gonzalez. My TLIPper has a wonderful year this year. I could not have done it without her. She's my friend now forever. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I'd like to represent my outstanding TLIPper, Tarsha Dennis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize my TLIPper, Summer Lynn Nasser, dog mom to Murphy. She's proficient in French, and she will also be graduating South Texas College of Law in Houston with a Juris Doctorate soon. Thank you so much for your dedication.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
Just wanted to acknowledge the TLIPper that was in my office, Elena Dixon. She did an amazing job in our office working to move our agenda, especially for a freshman office. She came in equipped and prepared and so excited about what's to come in her future. And there'll be more that we talk about her on Tuesday. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to recognize my TLIPper, Jessica Fuqua. She is fantastic. She is a law student, and she did some cutting-edge research for my office and she could only do it because she's a law student, so I'm super proud and super thankful that she's in my office.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
I'd like to thank the best T-Lipper there ever is, Amaja Hall. She has stepped in. She has gone above and beyond. She may be from the East Coast, but I love her like she's from the South. Amaja, thank you for everything you've done. I'm so proud of you, and as I always say, my soon-to-be Supreme Court judge. I'm so proud of you, and thank you for everything you've done.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize my wonderful T-Lipper, Miss Aranisha Mims. There she is right there. Aranisha staffed my office. As you all know, the budget can be very complicated, and she staffed me for the budget committee, for appropriations, and did an exceptional job, and I'm so proud of her, and she's on her way to an additional intern at a judicial court, and so I just want to say thank you for all you did for District 110, and we wish you the best. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Sherman.
I'd like to recognize a second-year law student, Rayvon Addison. He's been extraordinary in the office, and everyone that comes by speaks of his professionalism. Thank you so much, Rayvon Addison. I look forward to seeing you in the future in this House.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me congratulate my T-Lipper, Destiny Montemayor, who is the most wonderful of all wonderful, phenomenal, fantastic, smart, former teacher, now in law school, and going to be on the Wheel of Fortune, hopefully by later on this year. So congratulations to all the work you do. She wakes up in the morning, she drinks 5-Hour Energy for breakfast. She then does a double case of Red Bull, and then at night she does the Monster Energy drink. So, but wonderful energy, but a great mind, and certainly always welcome at my office. So thank you so much for the great work, and good luck to you. And good luck to all of the T-Lippers for all the great work that they've been doing.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to add my gratitude and congratulations to my T-Lip intern, Daylene Cherry, who's up there in the gallery. Daylene is a second-year law student at law school in Louisiana, and she has just been an outstanding addition to our office this session. She's taken on a lot of responsibility, filling the role as legislative assistant, and among her other responsibilities has staffed state affairs committees. So she has had some experience with some 2 and 3 a.m. Hearings, and she's just done an outstanding job, and I can't wait to see what she does next. Daylene, thank you very much for all your hard work. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Abby Abel. Thank you for your service, your dedication, and helping keeping House District 17 on track and our office organized with the rest of our staff, and being that gentle, nice, welcoming face when folks come into our office. So thank you, Abby.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
All right, and so we're so grateful also that the Texas Legislative Black Caucus had Aylin and Tori. Wave your hands. Aylin is a graduate from Xavier, and Tori attends UT Austin. They both worked very hard on bill tracking on over 1,000 bills this session and communication. So thank you both. And I have to take a point of personal privilege to save the best for last. My daughter, Lacey, she's an intern in Representative Voel's office. Since he's not up here, Lacey Reynolds, you did a great job as well. We love all of the T-Lippers. Give them all one big round of applause. Thank you, the class of 2023 for the 88th legislative session. Yeah, that's Lacey. That's what I said.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have some very special guests in the gallery that I would like to recognize.
You know, it is really it's an honor, it's a privilege and a blessing for us to get to serve, and we do that willingly. But there are a lot of people who join in that service with us. And of course, we always think about our families, but we leave other folks who get drawn in to participating in this. And in my case, that's the people who help me and work with me in my office back home. So we have my office staff back home, from home here in the gallery with us today. Some of you guys have said, man, how do you work and serve? And, you know, we're in session and you're doing things on the weekend. Well, the answer are these people right here, you know, Ashley and Sarah, Kim and Courtney. You guys stand up and let us recognize you, because they didn't sign up for this. But when I take off and come up here, their whole schedule gets disrupted and blown up. And they're left to deal with that. And they join in the service. And I just want to express my gratitude and thanks, because I couldn't possibly have the privilege of doing what we get to do here, and the blessing of being able to take care of patients back home without you guys. So thank you for everything that you do.
Is Mr. Harris of Anderson on the floor of the House? Is Mr. Guerra on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to authorize the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars to set an addendum to the local consent and resolutions calendar set for Wednesday, May 24th.
Members heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is granted. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to set a congratulatory memorial resolutions calendar for 10 a.m. Thursday, May 25th.
Members heard the motion. Objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, we're about to go on today's calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a reminder that this Saturday we have the Fallen Heroes Memorial Ceremony. You all received an invitation that's on your desk. I ask for these families that are coming here, as they know that we're recognizing their members who have fallen, that you be here as well. Your staff is invited. Please remind them that there is a dress attire, basically jacket and tie. But please join us as we show these fallen heroes' families our love and appreciation for their service. Thank you.
The chair lays out on third reading SB 375. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 375 by Huffman, relating to the composition of districts for the election of members of the Texas Senate.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this concludes our constitutional responsibility by approving the Senate map after the last decennial census. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 375. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Darby voting aye. Show Dr. Stuckey voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 57 nays, SB 375 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 12 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Metcalf, Burrows, Harris of Williamson, Isaac, and the list of co-sponsors to be entered in the journal.
Members of the motion objecting, chair has in order. The chair lays out on third reading SB 12. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 12 by Hughes, relating to restricting certain sexually oriented performances on public property on the premises of a commercial enterprise or in the presence of a child, authorizing a civil penalty, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 12 will protect children from sexually oriented performances. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 12. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Frank voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes and 45 nays, SB 12 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 24. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 24 by Colcor, relating to the powers and duties of the Health and Human Services Commission and the transfer to the Commission of certain powers and duties from the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill does two main things. Just very quickly, the bill moves the PEI services that are currently at DFPS to HHSC and renames the program Family Support Services. It also codifies the A2A program that exists currently only in budget. It is all done in an attempt to make sure that the grant programs are laser focused on helping children and families absolutely as much as possible. Be
Mr.
happy
Speaker?
to...
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Yes, would the gentleman yield?
Would the gentleman yield for
Absolutely.
questions? Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Frank. I appreciate this opportunity to talk with you for some legislative intent, since I didn't get up here in time the other day. Your bill makes significant changes to the way the state currently oversees prevention and early intervention services. As written, the bill would strike provisions that ensure state-funded programs designed to support at-risk families, integrate expertise and evidence-based practices. But you do agree that taxpayers expect us to do our due diligence to ensure the effectiveness of the programs we fund prior to funding them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there will be tremendous due diligence, and I think also objectives are more important than Yes, I think there is a lot of that, yes.
So your intent is that the state will continue to prioritize funding for evidence-based programs while also providing additional funds for other programs as well?
Yes, I think they should prioritize based on the efficacy to the actual users of the programs.
Okay, thank you. And is it not correct that the Alternatives to Abortion program, which I think you just mentioned, has never been in statute before, it's been in the budget in a rider, and that this legislation is intended to codify the program?
That is correct.
And in doing so, does that not mean that they now will need to follow agency standards, contracting law, and are held to the higher standard that may not have been true for this program in the past, because now it will be part of the agency? Is that not correct?
I will take your word for that.
It'll be codified as opposed to just being something that's in the budget.
Yes.
So it would be true, I would imagine then, that the transparency and reporting requirements that are laid out in the bill also are more than what has been expected of these providers in the past, and that we're actually going to be putting up some guardrails on a program that we've earmarked $140 million in the budget for. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So on just one more thing here, so see on page 40 of your bill, subsection E states that the commission or network contractors may not provide family planning services through the network, but the term family planning services is not defined in the bill. So I want to get some legislative intent on the record so that HHSC knows what you mean by family planning services for the program. So can you help me understand from your viewpoint what family planning services means in this bill?
Well, the bill does prohibit direct family planning services, or including the provision of contraceptives, because that's the way the program currently operates. HHSC does allow providers to refer for those services, for the family planning services, but does not require it.
So if someone were to provide condoms to families upon request, or talk to families about the effectiveness of certain contraceptives, does that count as family planning services?
Yes, that would.
So that would not be allowed.
So that would not be allowed. So that would count.
So there are
family planning
programs that
services
do provide information, and you're saying they can't do that.
And I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So there are programs that provide services in this venue that do give information and that also distribute condoms. You're saying they could not do that?
They could not do that portion of those services. They couldn't provide those because those would be family planning services.
If someone were to ask a family if they were thinking about whether they might have more kids in the future, would that be family planning services?
No, that is not my belief and understanding of what the family planning services would be.
Okay, thank you very much for answering my questions. Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Howard, for
I move that the remarks between myself and Chairman Frank be reduced to writing and placed in the Journal.
Members heard the motion. The objection, chair has unsupported.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I move past it.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms.
will
Flores,
the gentleman yield?
What purpose? The gentleman yield?
Yes,
For
I'd be happy.
questions?
Yes,
Not
I'd
the floor.
be happy to yield for a question.
Thank you. Thank you again for considering. I proffered an amendment to your bill on Friday, and you said you would consider it, but you have assured me, and these had to do with Chapter 54 of the Health and Safety Code, which dealt with confidentiality, which stated that reports and records and information obtained under the chapter would be held confidential and not subject to disclosure, and may otherwise not be released to the public, as well as these reports and records and information obtained in this chapter would be also for confidential use of the Commission and the persons or public or private entities that the Commission determines are necessary to carry out the intent of this chapter, as well as all program services provided under this chapter must be provided confidentially and subject to subchapter B. The Commission or service provider participating in the program may not disclose to any person that an individual sought or received program service unless the individual consents to that disclosure. So you assured me that this language was already within the Health and Human Services Commission contract language and is already process and procedure that they would follow. So you're telling me that this confidentiality paragraphs are already included and that they will be followed.
It is my understanding, and information from the agency that confidentiality of people who are getting services is already in all of the contracts. There was a portion of yours that had to do with, and I can't remember, was it
Subpoenas.
Subpoenas that I think was confusing, and I was afraid of putting that in there, but my understanding is that this information is already confidential, so yes.
Well, I just want to ensure, I get it under contracts, but and that would mean contracts between the commission and the service providers, I would assume. So it would have language in there that would maintain the confidentiality of those clients that these providers are servicing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the exchange between Representative Frank and myself be reduced to writing in the journal.
Members heard the motion. The objection, chair has none, so ordered.
Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 12. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 124 ayes and 22 nays. SB 12 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 17. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 17 by Creighton relating to public higher education reform, authorizing administrative penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 17 that we are all very familiar with from Friday, and I think Mr. Tinderholt has a couple of amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I have a script that I'm going to follow very closely because while I was back in my condo watching while I had the stomach flu, I was pretty disgusted by the things that I watched my Democrat peers say about you, my Republican peers, on Friday. I want to tell you why I'm bringing this amendment on third reading today. SB 17 is one of the most important bills this cycle. Conservatives began this session by recognizing this simple truth. Texas has allowed leftists to infiltrate our universities for far too long. It is undeniable fact that under our watch, Texas has allowed racist programs to not only be established, but also to then hire dozens of full-time leftist activists who do nothing but spread these destructive DEI, Marxist policies and worldview. Sadly, I was very sick Friday. I had to leave Thursday afternoon with a stomach flu. However, between getting sick, I watched the despicable commentary of some of my peers. I watched after the bill was strengthened. What I witnessed was nothing.
Mr. Tinderholt, please confine your remarks to the amendment before the House.
Nothing short of despicable. I watched my Democrat colleagues spend hours calling one of my Republican colleagues a racist.
Mr. Tinderholt, please confine your remarks to the amendment before the House.
Let me be clear. Texans are watching. We can't afford to give concessions to the radical left. There are three aspects of this amendment which my amendment seeks to remove. First, the DEI study, which was put in the bill. Why on earth would we fund a pro-DEI study of our universities when we're trying to get rid of DEI? We want to judge people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Let me say that again. We judge people by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. The study in this bill that was approved by this body does the opposite of that. Second, the adopted amendment stated that colleges should make an effort to keep all of these leftist Marxist employees at their school, paid for by taxpayers. They take massive salaries to push divisive and exclusionary policies on students at the expense of Texas taxpayers. If you're voting to keep these people on the Texas payroll at these universities, you are complicit in their subversion. Finally, the amendment moved the effective date to January of 2024 instead of September of 2023. This essentially states that DEI should still be in our state for one more semester. We have an opportunity to ensure that the recent high school graduates who walk into Texas colleges this fall are never infected with the radical ideology that DEI is.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Johnson of Harris, for what purpose?
Will he yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I will not yield at this moment.
Not at this moment.
My amendment ensures all incoming freshmen will not have to endure a crash course in DEI corruption. SB 17 was strong coming out of the Senate, watered down severely in the House committee, and then strengthened back on the floor. I'm grateful to the members who forced the many compromises to be removed on Friday night. You know who you are. My amendment today further strikes all of the weakening provisions and returns the bill to the strong version we had prior to the late-night deal made with Democrats. Members, this is an easy vote. If you believe that we should immediately end DEI regimes, you should vote for my amendment today. If you support DEI and want it to continue longer, then vote against it. For the Republican freshmen in the room, I'm sorry that on paper it looks like you voted to extend DEI programs and make sure all leftist employees continue to keep their cushy government jobs. I'm here to give you an opportunity today to make your voice and the voice of your Republican voters clear in this chamber. Let's vote to remove this liberal amendment. I move adoption, and I request a record vote.
Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
Will he now yield for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I will not yield to questions today because I watched hours of my Democrat peers abuse my Republican peers, calling them racist and despicable things. I will not yield. I move passage. I request a record. I respectfully move adoption, and I request a record vote.
Mr. Johnson, for what purpose? Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
I move to have his comments reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members heard the motions. Objection, chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Tinderholt sends an amendment. The amendment is, the chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully oppose the amendment after the consensus we came to Friday evening. Again, respectfully oppose Mr. Tinderholt's
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
I respect my peer, the colleague, but I respectfully move adoption. Record vote, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tinderholt sends up the amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting nay, Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 31 ayes and 109 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I get it. Some of you are concerned that we're putting folks in DEI offices out of work. I don't share that concern with you. If that's your sticking point, this amendment should be acceptable to you. This amendment simply states universities should make a reasonable effort to help these people feed their families through their work at an institution of higher education, but not in the state of Texas. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I will respectfully oppose this amendment to do some of the agreements we came to Friday night.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully move adoption and request a record vote.
Mr. Tinderholt sends an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. It is record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Tinderholt voting aye, Mr. Kemple voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 22 ayes and 121 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Aren't all third reading amendments, record votes?
No, sir, just the bill itself.
Just the bill itself. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The chair recognizes any member speak for or against on the bill? Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso. The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. When I was 17 years old, I told my father that I wanted to go out and change the world. And so my father, the county extension agent, said, well, Mary Edna, I think you should I think you should get involved in politics. So I listened to him and got involved in I graduated, went to UT Austin, got involved in politics, and I started getting involved on campus. And guess what happened? There were very serious events that happened on campus. The MLK statue got egged. There was an affirmative action bake sale. There were I faced discrimination in the dorm room. And all these things made me question, should I be at UT Austin? But getting involved in our multicultural center, working with other students, faculty, and staff, we all together created the Division of Diversity and Community Engagement. And this division helped me become a leader, helped me find my place on campus, and ultimately helped create the trajectory of me being a doctor. I think these spaces are full of love and compassion, learning and engagement. When we think about the future of Texas, when we think about how diverse our state is now and will be, don't we want to provide students with the tools to engage with each other, to learn how to think beyond differences? What I love about these spaces is that they're learning laboratories for our future society. And instead of creating nuance around these spaces, we are banning them. These spaces are critical not only to each individual student, but for our collective society. I also think I want to share the disappointment in higher education leaders who have stood down regarding this piece of legislation in order to advance other agendas. I want to say thank you to the students, faculty, and staff who have had the courage to tell the truth regarding these negative impacts. I specifically want to thank people like Dr. De La Savoy or Dr. Betty Jean Wolfe Taylor, Dr. Angela Valenzuela, Dr. Zamora, Dr. Kevin Foster, Dr. Ted Gordon, the students who are fighting for DEI, and so many others. We will lose money to our state. We will lose so many students. For example, right now, 16% of our students are now going out of state. Do we think pieces of legislation like this will encourage our students to stay in our state schools, or will it perpetuate the exodus we're seeing? These bills have large impacts. It has a large impact not only for the students who are in our schools, but for our future. I hope that we will consider the nuance necessary when we have pieces of legislation like this. I urge you to oppose this bill.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentle lady yield for questions?
The gentle lady yield for questions.
Always.
She yields.
Representative Gonzalez, I'm sure, like myself and many members on this floor today, you received a flood of emails pleading for us to reconsider the vote on this bill. Did you not receive any emails and contacts about this?
I have received numerous, and I'm on the Higher Education Committee, and we heard hours and hours of testimony. And what for me was really powerful and why I'm standing up here today is because students sat in our committee room for hours to say how harmful this piece of legislation was. And even though sometimes it's hard to oppose bills that our colleagues who we respect and appreciate, we have to sometimes stand up for things that we know are going to hurt the generation after us.
And so I'm glad you said that, because not only did you hear from students, but you also heard from those who write and apply for those grants, did you not?
We heard from multiple faculty who A, have current research grants and or B, are in the process of applying. And I think what's really critical is when we added the other amendments, we also became open to losing millions of dollars of research funding. And I know there's questions about, well, will we lose research funding? But when we cannot comply to grants regulations, we lose that funding. And what's really scary is if we're in a multi-year grant, we could lose funding and have to pay back money. And so there's lots of questions. The question is, do we want our schools to lose money? But I think the bigger question is what happens after you ban these offices and students don't have a place of belonging and students don't have a place to engage with each other in healthy and effective ways?
Right, and there's no safe space. And so I certainly agree with you on that, but I have some actual context to provide you in regards to the amount of dollars that are going to be lost. Now, we heard about the National Cancer Institute P30 grant. It provides a minimum of $20 million to those grantees, including UT MD Anderson Cancer Center. UT Austin has one, and the Victoria County Junior College. They have been eligible and receive funding under this grant. One of the requirements is that they have a DEI. You have to have a DEI office. And when we eliminate that DEI office, we are hurting our schools. In fact, I talked about hundreds of thousands of dollars in loss, but when I heard back from those that this actually impacts, it's over $1 billion.
Right.
$1 billion, over $1 billion that we're going to lose by implementing this bill. And so what the concern is that there may be some small schools who may have to shut down, and they may not even be able to provide services because they don't have adequate funding. They rely on these research dollars to help support their programs. So the concern is that we are tying the hands of our universities, and we're not allowing them to be creative, to utilize that diversity that they've built.
The House has been really committed to creating world-class universities. How do you create world-class universities if you don't have diverse populations, if you don't have a place where all students are able to learn and engage, if you don't have a place where research dollars are coming down and you're able to attract the best and brightest professors? So if I'm a professor who is considering going to a university, why would I consider coming to Texas when I could not get the research funding I need in order to do the work that I want to do? I'd rather go to a different state. And so we're going to lose talent both from students, staff, and faculty with the passage of this bill. And I understand that there is lots of consternation about what to do next, but I think it's important for us to bring forward the actual impact of this piece of legislation.
And so the people that contacted me, the grant writers, actually said a statement is insufficient. You have to show an action plan, and you have to show compliance by actual documents and data, not just a statement. Is that what you heard as well?
Completely. So when Representative Anchia, during the questioning of second reading, he stated how all these Fortune 500, Fortune 100, Fortune 300 companies have DEI offices. Well, when we think about people who do grants, they also have DEI components to the work that they're doing. So they want to see that their actions are also being done to their grantees. And so you can't just say, oh, we believe in this, so we're not really doing it. So they have a follow-through process. And I just think it's really important that if we care about the future of Texas, whether it's the financial component or whether it's the societal component, we're going to hit both with this piece of legislation.
And so when you talked about the societal impact that it has, what are we saying today about people who may not look like us or who may not be in the same ethnicity as us? What are we saying about those that look like me and look like you? What is this bill telling us?
When I experienced the harassment I did in my dorm room, I didn't know where to go. But I knew that when I saw the names, like multicultural or diversity, I know I could go there for support. I know someone in those offices, whether they were the office I should go to, would help guide me. And so when you don't have places for students from diverse backgrounds to know, this is where I go, they just get lost and they can fall through the cracks. Again, if I'm a student in high school watching this, I might be well, I'm not going to be welcome, so I'm going to go out of state. Or if I'm a student on a campus right now and these offices disappear, well, where do I go now? I think that there are larger complications with the passage of this piece of legislation.
And so one of the things that I'm also concerned about, with which you mentioned going forward, is that maybe someone that looks like me is not welcome here. And what I recognize is that when people don't understand, they try to build walls to try to reduce the impact that those individuals have in our society. And so instead of trying to understand and trying to work with someone, it's better to do that instead of just shutting them down and closing offices because you don't understand.
I think that there's a really great quote says that there's more pulling us together than pulling us apart. But unless that we learn how to be together, I think this is not innate. There are forces that exist to try to pull us apart.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it truly breaks my heart that in the 88th legislative session in 2023 that we are going backwards. You know, when I think about the people whose shoulders I stand on, the people who made good trouble, the people who fought and literally died to end Jim Crow laws that historically kept people with a dark hue that were African American or that were non-white from attending colleges and universities. Jim Crow was the way of life in this country. And we have come a long way. You know, Dr. King said it best, that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. I can imagine my forefathers who fought to break down those racial barriers, who made good trouble, who opened up opportunities. I can imagine them turning over their grave, that in 2023, when we should be in a post-racial America, that we have Senate Bill 17. Senate Bill 17 that ends a lot of the progress that was made because of those sacrifices, to end those disparities, that opened up opportunities. Now I'll give you a little history. Herman Sweatt versus Painter in 1950, 4 years before Brown versus Board of Education was decided, this was Sweatt versus Painter. Herman Marion Sweatt, a 33-year-old black postal worker who applied to and was denied entry into law school, he was the Sweatt in the Sweatt versus Painter. Does anyone know who the Painter was? Theophilus Painter was the 13th president of the University of Texas here in Austin. The courthouse just 2 blocks away from here is named the Herman Marion Sweatt Courthouse after the Sweatt case. Sweatt versus Painter was a case about a black student from Houston, Texas, being denied entry into the law school for the sole reason that he was black. In fact, at the time, Article 7, Section 7 of the Texas Constitution stated separate schools shall be provided for the white and colored children. Ultimately, the court in Sweatt versus Painter held that equal protection clause required Sweatt to be admitted into the UT Law School. The case was handled by a young lawyer, some of you may have heard of him, Thurgood Marshall. This set precedent for sweeping civil rights legislation that helped to desegregate our colleges and universities. And diversity, equity, and inclusion programs were designed so that they could address those inequities that existed for centuries, for hundreds of years. It is just recently that we've started to make some marginal progress because of these very initiatives. And now here we are today on third reading, literally about to turn back the clock, turn back the hands of time to those dark days where we reverse the great progress that has been made. Now, I want to give you some important numbers to put in perspective what are we doing if we pass this bill. The state of Texas, as we know, is the second largest state in the country with a population of nearly 30 million. It is also arguably the most diverse state in the country with a population of 40.2% Hispanic, 13.2% African American, 5.5% Asian, 1.1% Native American or Alaska Native. Our diversity is our strength. There are more African Americans in Texas than any other state in the country. What kind of message are we sending to African Americans, to Hispanics, to Asians, to the disabled, to veterans that will be adversely impacted by this piece of legislation? I'd like to quote from an op-ed this Saturday by former UT President Gregory Fenves on the national conversation fueled by the same anti-DEI rhetoric. He says, in the classroom, faculty provide knowledge and direction, and students add vibrancy, depth, and their own perspectives to the learning process. Outside the classroom, students are exposed to the views and insights of their fellow classmates, and they are forever changed, building understanding while preparing for careers and lives in a diverse and interconnected world. Now imagine what it would be like for an individual student if nearly every one of their classmates was of the same hue or the same gender. Think about that. Think of all the opportunities for growth, collaboration, and shared understanding that would be lost. With such a diverse makeup, DEI initiatives in colleges and universities help make students from all backgrounds feel more welcome. Attending a university and knowing that there is a welcome community makes the transition to higher education easy for millions of students thanks to DEI initiatives. Senate Bill 17 would uproot all of this, and it will cause actual harm in the way that our colleges and universities operate, as they will be losing the very programs that have made our institutions of higher learning the most competitive in the country right here in Texas. It is worth noting, behind these statistics, they represent real people, the communities who would be most affected by these systemic barriers and disparities as a result of the elimination of these DEI programs. So members, are we sending a message? And I want you to hear me loud and clear, that it's okay if we can have our athletes play on our football fields, slam basketballs and dunk on our basketball courts, run on our track and field teams. Are we saying it's okay that they're an exception for those athletes because we want them to come and entertain us? We want them to build revenue. We want them to highlight our school for bowls and championships and bragging rights. But we don't want them in the classroom. We don't want faculty and staff to be diverse. That is the message that this bill sends. It is a solution in search of a problem. Because guess what? The Department of Justice, they said that DEI programs are legal. There's been no Supreme Court. There's been no case law. So what are we here for? This is simply partisan rhetoric. I saw how the votes are, but at some point we have to be statesmen. Don't you want to be on the right side of history? None of us was there as legislators when the Sweat case was argued. None of us was there when the legislation was there that kept black and brown people from these universities in Texas. It wasn't until 1950 that we even ended whites-only primaries in Fort Bend County because of the Supreme Court. So this is a bill that is discriminatory. This is a bill that says white supremacy is okay. And we know that we're better than this. We know our diversity is our strength. And finally, I know that there are many people of good conscience, many people who want to do the right thing, but are afraid of scorecards. And I get it. I'm not denigrating anybody. We all have scorecards. We all have politics. All of us are here because of politics. But some things are bigger than politics. Some things are about being on the right side of history. Think about what those people did after Bloody Sunday when they realized the atrocities that happened when they tried to cross the bridge in Selma to Montgomery, that they were beaten. Think about John Lewis. After that, it wasn't just black people marching. It was white people. It was everyone saying that enough is enough. We want change in this country. And we've had tremendous change. And I know the hearts of many of you. I know that you're good people, good moral and upright people. So I'm not trying to denigrate anybody personally, but I'm trying to appeal to your heart, to your social consciousness. If nothing more, I know many of you are my Christian brothers and sisters. Think about Proverbs 31:8-9. It says, speak out for the one who cannot speak, for the rights of those who are doomed. Speak out, judge fairly, and defend the rights of oppressed and needy people. I hope that you will join me in being on the right side of history. History has a way of judging us long after we're here. How do you want to be remembered? I guarantee you that this bill is one of those litmus tests that people will look back later in life. Maybe not today. Maybe this helps you with your next election. But I guarantee you that 10 years from now, you don't want to be on the wrong side of history.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Collier for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to have the comments and the dialogue from the front and back mic on SB 17 reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Objection. The chair has unsorted. The chair recognizes Ms. Morales of Harris in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just speaking from the heart, I can't tell you how much I oppose this piece of legislation. I can't say that I have personally benefited from DEI programs, which are not mandated, by the way, but my daughter has. My daughter was the first one to leave her hometown to attend University of Texas at Austin. And we know from history that colleges like that one were not built with her in mind. A young girl from 2nd Ward, Houston, leaving home to attend a big university with thousands and thousands of people. It was a hard transition for her. She was not ready. But I can tell you, because of diversity, equity, and inclusion, she was able to feel welcome and join organizations that made her feel a part of the University of Texas at Austin. She transferred into the business school, and she said, Mom, there weren't a lot of professors that looked like me. And literally, she would come home, her nails were bitten, her hair was pulled out, because it was really, really hard. But guess what? She succeeded. And I'm sad that she moved further away from home and went to New York City. And she currently now, because of programs that purposely try to make sure there's a diverse group of people who are working on different things that affect all of us in our community, she now works at the White House. One of the few Latinas, she's the director of social media platforms, and I can assure you that it's because of DEI that she has made it this far in her short career life. But listen, less than a generation ago, people like her would have been prohibited from going to a university like this. This legislation literally takes the wind from our sails and leaves young people to navigate rough waters on their own. When I'm out in my district, I will tell you that when I speak to young voters, this is the one thing they talk about: diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they are not happy about this. And I can tell you, when you vote in favor of this legislation, the young people in your district are watching you. Please do the right thing and vote against this bill that would hurt many, many young people in our community. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen.
Members, I don't often come in front of you to speak or to make a plea, but today I am very serious. I was born in Houston, Texas. I attended Trinity Garden Elementary School for first grade. Sinfronia and I went to school together. At the time, my mother was a cook in the cafeteria. She got her degree and sought a teaching position in Houston, only to be denied a teaching position because she was black. And blacks could not teach in white schools. They had to teach in black schools, and whites taught in white schools. And so in order for her to have employment, the majority of the educated blacks had to move to small towns. So I ended up in Livingston, Texas, graduated from Dunbar High School in Livingston, Texas, after finishing primary school in Blanchard, Texas. When I got ready to go to high school from Blanchard to Livingston, there was no transportation. I know you've heard that word recently, but there was no transportation. A well-to-do black man in the community, Mr. White, and I want to call his name in case his family's listening, a well-to-do black man had a truck, painted it black and wrote school bus on the outside. His children drove the school bus, so what school bus, to Blanchard, to Livingston, Texas, which was 10 miles away. That's how we got to high school. When I graduated in 1956, I had two choices. You either go to Prairie View A&M or you go to Texas Southern University. I had no other choice. I didn't have a car and I couldn't afford to get to Prairie View. That was just too far. It was 50 miles down the road. So I went to Texas Southern University, and I'm grateful for that experience. Many of us here in this room went to Texas Southern University. Many of us will not have that opportunity again because we don't fund Texas Southern University and Prairie View the way we fund other schools. And so, today we face a bill, 17. Let me just say what the bill says at the beginning, because it's a lofty purpose. A public institution of higher education must be committed to creating an environment of intellectual inquiry and academic freedom so that all students are equipped for participation in the workforce and the betterment of society, and intellectual diversity so that all students are respected and educated regardless of race, sex, ethnicity, political persuasion, or religious background or belief. What a beautiful statement. The very next statement on the bill says, now this is the responsibility of the governing board, regarding diversity, equality, inclusion initiatives. This section on diversity, equality, and inclusion appoints an office, and that office has the duty to oversee what goes on in the university. It says, you cannot engage in hiring or employing practices at the institution that give preferential treatments on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, other than the use of misdiscriminatory hiring possessed in accordance with any applicable state or federal discrimination laws. It further says, providing differential treatments to individuals on the basis of race, sex, color, and ethnicity is prohibited. Preferential treatment in the basis of race, sex, and color, or ethnic and other political persuasion or procedures approved in writing by the institution, general counsel, for the purpose of ensuring compliance with the applicable court order or state federal law in accordance with the institutional policy. You may not conduct training, do not train or program activities that advocate for or give parental treatments on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation, or than training programs or activities to developed by an attorney and approved in writing by the institutional general counsel for the purpose of ensuring compliance with the applicable court order of the state or federal law in accordance with institutional policy. In other words, all of these things are done to prohibit people of color, sexual orientation, all those from attending the university. Don't teach about black history. You will be fired if you teach about black history. I'm remembering, this is 2023. 2023. And we are still fighting for the rights that we fought for in 1954. We are still fighting. We are the new Martin Luther Kings. We are those persons who fought bloody wars to get where we are today. And we were not even thought that we could learn our ABCs. We learned our ABCs and got our PhDs. We're lawyers and doctors and Indian chief, and we make a difference in this world. And we just want you to be aware of that. So today, we're not only fighting for ourselves, we have accomplished, we are in the game. We have accomplished those things that we set out to do. Today, we fight for our grandchildren. I fight for my great-grandchildren. I want them to have better privileges than I had. I made it, but under rough conditions. And so all of us need to think today. Your children are going to grow up in a different world. Your children are going to grow up with my children. They might even marry my children. Be thinking about that. And so this body today is moving backwards. It is our responsibility to make sure that all Texans are given the same opportunity, that we don't forget the history of these institutions. Members, I urge you to vote no on SB 17 and to stand with the thousands of students and faculty of color that deserve resources to help them succeed. We must remember that the DEI movement was an anti-discriminatory effort that was instituted during the civil rights era. We're still fighting for our civil rights. Right. Our community is full of people of diverse backgrounds. Our higher education institutions should be reflective of our community. Vote no for my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, your children, your grandchildren, and your grandchildren. make this a better world. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you, Dr. Allen. I wanted to share with you all a little bit of what it means to have a diverse professor in the classroom teaching to students. I was a college professor for a while, and I taught government, Texas and federal government in my community. And one of the things that I always felt was important, me as a Latina, as a Mexican American growing up in Texas, I never felt the Constitution or the state of Texas or anything that had to do with being in the official capacity belonged to me as a Latina, as a Mexican. So I made sure as an instructor, I would bring that home to my students. So one of my classes, I would give a lecture on the First Amendment. Many of you may or may not know, but the First Amendment has 5 rights, right? 5 freedoms. One of those is freedom of speech. Freedom of expression is what I would talk to my students about, freedom of speech and music. Now, to give you an idea of what my students, what the makeup was, we had many immigrants. We had students from Vietnam, Indonesia. We had Mexican students. We had American students, African American students, white students. We had a beautiful mixture in our inner city, Dallas, of all of these students from different backgrounds, some older, some younger, some veterans. It was a beautiful mixture. When I would give my First Amendment lecture, I would play a song. We would talk about protest songs, protesting the government. The first song I introduced them to was Born in the USA. Do you all remember that song? Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. That's a protest song. It's protesting the Vietnam War. Then I would play this song by Two Live Crew called Band in the USA. Now, if you all remember, that's an old song from back in my day and Jarvis's day, Band in the USA, and it talks about the First Amendment. When I was a kid, I would sing that song, and the first lyrics of that song is the First Amendment is freedom of speech. So what are you saying? It doesn't include me? My students would trip out when, we played Born in the USA and Band in the USA, and I would challenge them, bring me your protest song. Show me what kind of music and freedom of speech you are expressing in a protest song to a government. It could be any government. The beauty of this assignment, they would come back with songs from Indonesia, from Vietnam, from Mexico, the different languages, and they would express to us the spirit of what the song and the video meant in those countries and how their countries, their citizenry were oppressed, could not speak up. But they were able to relate to the First Amendment in our U.S. Constitution through their music. It was so beautiful. They learned from each other. They learned about, Texas was part of Mexico, from the Los Tigres del Norte. There were so many different times and different experiences that these students would have when they shared their music and what it meant to them. But it brought back the Constitution to them. They no longer felt like they were outsiders of the U.S. Constitution. They were part of this country. They were able to learn from each other, which was the most beautiful thing. When a peer learns from a peer, they lift each other up. And it was beautiful to see, wow, they'd say, I didn't know that was going on in Indonesia. What happened in Vietnam then? What's going on in China now? Their universe was opened up far greater than just an instructor speaking to them, but I was a diverse instructor who had the experiences and the passion to open it up for them so that they could have that dialogue. So I want to stress to you that DEI is that. It is challenging. It's encouraging critical thinking for these students so that they can relate to something bigger than themselves, something larger than themselves, the grand collective of who we all are and what we're here to do. Now, one of the parts of my lecture that was amazing to the students, and I want to share with you all, you may already know this, but 1619, right? We know what that is. It's the beginning of institutionalized slavery in America. Then I would tell my students, okay, that was 1619. What happened in 1863? The Emancipation Proclamation. 250 years later, my students would be like, wow, 250 years later, we got the Emancipation Proclamation, yes. And then about 100 years after that, the Civil Rights Act. 350 years of all of this oppression. My students were amazed to bring it home, to look at those numbers. It was mind-boggling to them. Slavery was an intentional thing. We're talking centuries and centuries of oppression and now systemic oppression. It brought everything home for the students to make those connecting dots. And I ask that you, if we look back at the Declaration of Independence when we signed it in 1776, so if we're talking the collective oppression of the beginning of the institutionalized slavery in America to the Civil Rights Act, it's roughly 350 years. So let's just add 350 years to 1776, which will give us about 2126. Maybe that's when we should pass a bill like this, in 2126, giving ourselves the 350 years it took us to get the Civil Rights Act passed. What I'm saying to you is this is not what we need right now. What we need is to continue to engage, to encourage the majority of the student body and the population here in the state of Texas, which are communities of color. Because the reality is the train has left the station. Our communities of color are here. We must continue to empower and encourage them. I ask that you vote against this bill, and I leave you with this last statement. When you are accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. I ask that you vote no on this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris in opposition to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, an amendment, specifically Amendment number 11, that would have prohibited public universities from giving preferential treatment to kids and grandkids of state legislators failed, with 76 members voting to keep that preference. Yet amendments that would have protected veterans, people with disabilities, and other constitutionally protected, historically disadvantaged persons failed over and 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 over again. In case you lost count, that was 19 failures. That vote told me all I needed to know about SB 17. Helen Keller, Stevie Wonder, and Ray Charles could see what's really going on here. When people or bodies show you who they are, believe them. Colleagues, I respectfully request that you vote nay on SB 17. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kimball to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 17. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kimball voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 62 nays, SB 17 is finally passed. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 247, SB 261, SB 267, SB 323, SB 576, SB 621, SB 780, SB 944, SB 975, SB 1246, SB 1471, SB 1849, SB 2139, SCR 2, SCR 13, SCR 42, SJR 64.
The chair lays on third reading SB 1745. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1745 by Perry, relating to the equalization of the rates of production fees charged on certain wells by the Barton Springs Edwards Aquifer Conservation District, authorizing an increase in the rate of the fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a great bill by Senator Perry dealing with the Barton Springs Edwards Aquifer, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1745. This is a record vote. The clerk reading the bill. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 12 nays, SB 1745 is finally passed. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that the comments on SB 17 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair is unsorted. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1802. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1802 by Springer, relating to administrative procedures in the Architectural Barriers Program at the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a great bill by Senator Springer dealing with TDLR and cleaning up some language dealing with architectural barriers, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1802. This is a record vote. The clerk reading the bill. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There'll be 145 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1802 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 998. The clerk read the bill.
SB 998 by West, relating to required approved alcohol seller training programs to include training on recognizing and treating opioid-related drug overdoses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 998 will require the TABC to include training on recognizing opioid overdoses and treating opioid overdoses as part of the alcohol seller's course. I move passage.
You're welcome.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 998. This is a record vote. The clerk reading the bill. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 129 ayes and 15 nays. SB 998 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 129. The clerk read the bill.
SB 129 by Springer, relating to the prosecution and punishment for possession of child pornography, increasing criminal penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 129 creates a tier system of penalties for child pornography, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 129. This is a record vote. The clerk reading the bill. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 0 nays. SB 129 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1308. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1308 by Hancock, relating to the operation of an unmanned aircraft over an airport or military installation, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1308 creates an offense for the operation of an unmanned aircraft in a way that interferes with military installations and airport operations. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1308. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all members voted? 146 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1308 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2304. The clerk read the bill.
SB 2304 by Lamontia, relating to providing information regarding the Texas Driving with Disability Program to certain public school students in the curriculum of driver education courses and driving safety courses.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill directs public schools to provide information about the Texas Driving and Disability Program to students who receive special education services and their parents. Information about the program must include the curriculum of driver education programs in the states. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2304. This record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Hernandez voting on. Have all members voted? There have been 134 ayes, 11 nays. SB 2304 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1040. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1040 by Colcourse, relating to health benefit plan coverage of a transplant of an organ that originated from or is transplanted in a country known to have participated in organ harvesting.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply prevents a health benefit plan issuer in Texas from covering the cost of a human organ transplant when the transplant is performed in a country that is known to have participated in involuntary organ harvesting from people. And I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1040. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? 145 ayes and 0 nays. SB 1040 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 467. The clerk read the bill.
SB 467 by Betancourt, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of criminal mischief involving impairment of a motor fuel pump.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill amends the criminal mischief statute to clearly provide that damage to or destruction to a retail motor pump is a third-degree felony. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 467. This is a record vote. The clerk read the bill. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? 142 ayes and 4 nays. SB 467 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1001. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1001 by Schwertner, relating to the regulation of electric vehicle supply equipment, requiring occupational registration, authorizing fees, authorizing administrative penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this would give TDLR the authority to regulate electric vehicle supply equipment. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1001. This is a record vote. The clerk read the bill. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? 109 ayes and 36 nays. SB 1001 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1900. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1900 by Birdwell, related to foreign terrorist organizations, including the acquisition of title to real property by the compilation of information regarding certain civil actions brought against and the prosecution of certain organized crime offenses involving a foreign terrorist organization.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gann to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this would define and add foreign terrorist organizations to the organized crime chapter of the Penal Code. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1900. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Chair Mr. Gann voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 93 ayes and 51 nays, SB 1900 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1929. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1929 by Johnson, relating to the authority of an independent organization certified for the ERCOT Power Region to require information from and registration by certain facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill we passed Friday to protect our electric grid from destabilizing loads. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1929. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Chair Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 5 nays. SB 1929 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2016. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2016 by Zaffirini, relating to the licensing and regulations of dietitians.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is updates TDLR and dietitians. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2016. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 97 ayes and 47 nays. SB 2016 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1517. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1517 by King, relating to academic boycotts at institutions of higher education.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Prevents boycott by universities. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1517. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 103 ayes and 26 nays. SB 1517 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 493. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 493 by Hughes, relating to qualifications for certain individuals for veterans benefits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill regarding discharged veterans benefits and COVID vaccines. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 493. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. There have been 126 ayes and 14 nays. SB 493 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 736. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 736 by Whitmire, relating to mandatory arbitration for certain municipal fire departments and employee bargaining agents.
The chair recognizes Ms. Perez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed on Friday regarding mandatory arbitration. Let's show our firefighters that they are appreciated. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 736. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Perez voting aye. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 135 ayes and 10 nays. SB 736 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1346. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1346 by Miles, related to the prosecution of certain littering offenses.
The chair recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the bill.
It was off, okay. Mr. Speaker, 1346 is about illegal dumping with penalties. Don't mess with Texas.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1346. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Dr. Allen voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 99 ayes and 45 nays. SB 1346 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1979. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1979 by Hughes, relating to requiring certain entities to report purchases of single-family homes.
The chair recognizes Ms. Harris of Williamson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires a study on institutional buyers in the real estate market. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1979. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Harris of Williamson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 4 nays. SB 1979 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1518. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1518 by King, relating to the establishment of a terrorist offender registry and to the supervision of those terrorist offenders creating criminal offenses related to terrorism.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This
Mr.
creates
Speaker.
a separate offense for
Ms.
terrorist
Nialve
attacks.
Criado, for what purpose?
I have a few questions for intent for the gentleman if he yields.
For the gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. Guillen, is it true that in our Mexican American and Latino culture, there are multi-generational households are the norm? For example, if you have, is it commonplace to have one household where you have the grandparents, the tios and the tias, aunts and uncles, and cousins living within one household? Is that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and also will Senate Bill 1518 impact or affect family members who may live with somebody who has a criminal history?
I don't believe so.
Okay, and you know, of course, that 1 in 4 Texas families are mixed status.
Okay.
And also, it may be that you have one young family member who may have been labeled as having cartel affiliations or may have, for example, a small amount of marijuana in a multi-generational home. Under your bill, would the whole family be at risk of getting a misdemeanor because of that?
Absolutely not. No, this creates a registry for people who have already been sentenced for terrorism or terroristic acts.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the comments on Senate Bill 1518 be reduced to writing and placed in the House Journal.
Members heard the motion and objection. Chair is unsorted. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates a separate offense for terroristic acts and creates the terrorist offender registry, and a move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1518. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? Been 105 ayes and 40 nays. SB 1518 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 1418 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1418 by Lamontia, relating to the route designation for the issuance of a permit for the movement of oversized and overweight vehicles in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill extends an overweight corridor in my district. We do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lopez of Cameron.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new section is added outlining requirements for port authorities, including the use of an online permitting system, the presence of safety personnel at terminals, and the weighing and certification of vehicles entering or exiting terminals. It also delegates these duties to terminal operators within their jurisdiction. This amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption of the amendment.
Ms. Lopez of Cameron sends up amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption amendment? Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1418. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lopez of Cameron voting aye. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 2 nays, SB 1418 is passed the third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 29 to designate the following members of joint sponsors Gerdes.
Members of the motion's objection, chair has so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 29. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 29 by Birdwell, relating to the prohibited governmental entity implementation or enforcement of a vaccine mandate, mask requirement, or private business or school closure to prevent the spread of COVID-19.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, Senate Bill 29 prohibits a governmental entity from implementing or enforcing a vaccine mandate, mask requirement, private business, or school closure to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Move passage.
The question occurs on... members, back up the following amendment. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I understand where this legislation comes from. It comes from the frustration of early days of the pandemic. But I am concerned that this legislation is potentially short-sighted. We have been lucky that COVID variants, as they have shifted, have tended to be less dangerous to our health. We are also lucky that immunity has increased, both through vaccination and through folks becoming sick with the virus. But the truth is, we don't know what the next variant looks like. And this bill does not just apply to variants as we see them today. This bill applies to future variants. So what I would like to suggest is that we add another exemption to this piece of legislation to allow government entities, if needed, to require mask mandates for assisted living centers. I'm suggesting assisted living centers because that is where our elderly population is, members. And we know that they have been the most hurt by COVID-19. That is where we have lost the most people. I think we all remember those terrifying early days where we worried about our grandparents, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, and I think we're all concerned that potentially those days could come again. We all hope that COVID-19 continues its current trajectory with the variants becoming less dangerous over time. But the truth, members, is we have no guarantee of that. We have no control over what happens with these variants over time. And so I'd submit to you at a bare minimum, let's make sure that we have the tools to protect all of our elderly communities. I know my grandmother at age 94 is living in an assisted living facility. And if we see a variant that starts to have the deadly impacts our previous variants had, in the early days, in the alpha and delta days, that we have the tools to try and keep those elderly folks safe. We need...
Ms. Howard, for what purpose?
Yes, would the lady yield?
The lady yield for questions.
I would be happy to, Representative Howard.
Thank you. You remember when COVID first started, how it spread through the senior living facilities and killed a huge number of folks. Remember that?
I do remember, if I remember correctly, because our protections in Texas were not very strong. COVID reached into almost every single senior living facility in the state of Texas, and we had huge death rates in those communities.
I know you just mentioned I believe your grandmother.
I'm so sorry, Representative Howard, I can't hear you.
I think you just mentioned your grandmother.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Is in a facility right now. Is that not right?
She is. She's in an assisted living facility here in Austin.
And you wouldn't know this, but I'm going to ask you, would you know that just this last week, I got a letter from the senior living facility, the memory care facility where my dad and stepmom are. They're in their 90s, and they've had an outbreak of COVID again. So it's very difficult, as you are pointing out, to control this in those kind of tight living quarters with very vulnerable people. And I think your amendment makes perfect sense. It certainly makes sense medically and scientifically. So thank you for bringing this.
Thank you. No, I mean, requiring that our local governments and our state government, because members, this bill doesn't just potentially restrict your city or your county. This bill also restricts the governor's ability to do an emergency order in the future. And if we end up in that space again, where we are all terrified for our grandmothers and grandfathers because the next variant jumps entirely past the vaccine and the next variant has the mortality rates that we saw at the beginning of the pandemic, we are going to regret passing a bill like this. We are going to regret not keeping those tools in the hands of our leaders. So members, we all know there are not any state or government mandated vaccine or mask requirements in Texas right now. So I submit to you, why do we need to ban something that's not happening? We don't, but I know this bill is going to pass. Members, I'm just asking you to please consider this amendment to allow our state, our counties, our governor to continue to have the tools to protect our elderly folks who are in the state living facilities. They deserve our protection. It breaks my heart to think of the elders we lost in the pandemic.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a couple of questions?
Gentle lady yield.
I will gladly yield, Representative Raymond.
So I just want to clarify what this section of the bill is doing is saying that if the governor says, you know, you've got to wear a face mask at a state-supported living center, hospital, et cetera, the bill says that can happen. You're trying to add to that state's assisted living facilities, is that right? So
that is correct.
So you're trying to give the governor the ability to decide, so the governor would decide essentially, or we, the legislature, right, that we want these facilities to wear face masks if there's another pandemic.
Absolutely. You know, I have a lot of disagreements with Governor Abbott, but I really am proud of the courage he showed in the early days of COVID-19 to protect our elders in nursing homes and assisted living facilities, and we need to keep those tools in place.
So I think I would just say, I think it's good for the author, the House author, Mr. Lozano, Chairman Lozano, So it's important for Chairman Lozano to say, so what you're saying here is you're just adding to the list of things that's in his bill that it will allow the governor or the legislature to decide if they want face masks used at those facilities. That's what you're doing here, right?
Correct. Well, there's already a list of exceptions for hospitals and state-supported living centers. I just want to make sure we also cover assisted living facilities under that list of exceptions, because that is where we know the most vulnerable Texans are living and a place where we know we had devastating
I
outcomes.
think it's important, Representative, I think it's important to the chairman says he accepts the amendment so we can move on.
Thank you. I move adoption, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Weiner, send that amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Very similar logic. For those of you who know me in San Antonio, I represent a district that has the entire medical center. So we have private hospitals, veterans hospitals, public hospitals, university health system, and we have a number of hospitals. And so what I wanted to do is, in the spirit of this proposal, is to also have that exemption for public hospitals. Already in this bill is an exemption for hospitals or healthcare facilities owned by a governmental entity that were, and what I wanted to make clear is that any public hospital, as defined by Section 241 of the Health and Safety Code, would also have that same exemption. It's obvious that's a place where sick people are. It's obviously a place where there's infection and infection rates. I think we want to be consistent on how we apply this. This is very, very similar to what's already taking place in the bill. It's just going to make clear that when we're talking about any hospital, that we're going to have an exemption, let the healthcare workers and the experts make decisions with respect to mask mandates. There already may be some federal rules as it relates to vaccines. Just want to make sure that we have some consistency. I don't want to go home and have to explain to the hospital community in the district I represent why there are certain rules at the VA hospital, why there's a different rule for the private hospital, and why there may not be any rules at a public hospital. They're all hospitals, and at least in my community in San Antonio, when you are sick or when you're in an emergent situation, you don't get to decide what hospital you're going to if you're in an ambulance. The ambulance and the paramedics and those that are managing our acute care, they're deciding where you're going to go. And so we want to make sure that we have an environment that's going to be safe, an environment that's going to protect not only those patients but their families, and that we're going to provide a level of consistency and comfort with respect to these unfortunate situations. I like you, I don't think people choose to want to go to the hospital. If you're in the hospital, chances are you are there for a very serious situation. You want to make sure you're being provided for and that you're not being exposed to other harm unnecessarily. And I think the men and women, the administrators, and those medical directors, they're going to be in the best position to decide how they can provide that quality care, how they can respect people's privacy, how they can respect everybody's rights as it relates to the delivery of health care in that particular facility. And so, you know, I don't know how it is in your districts with regard to your hospitals, but I would think that we want to have one rule apply to all hospitals. And if there's going to be an exemption for some, that we ought to have an exemption for them all. And so that's what this amendment seeks to do, and I hope it is acceptable to the author. Yes, it is. And I've been advised that this amendment is acceptable to the author. I move adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Martinez-Fisher sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Harrison.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Zwiener raises a point of order against further consideration of the Harrison Amendment, Amendment number 3 under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. Ms. Zwiener notes that the bill provides that its mandate prohibition applies only to the extent that the prohibition does not conflict with the federal regulations on this matter. That regulation provides that employers may grant an exemption for certain sincerely held beliefs. The amendment would require employers to grant such an exemption. During the argument, it was conceded that the federal rule provided discretion to employers, and the amendment would remove that discretion. That makes a difference. While it is permissible to place limits on discretionary authority, an amendment may not completely negate the discretion to be granted. The Harris Amendment would do exactly that, and therefore it is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harrison.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There may be
Speaker.
nobody more deserving of protection of their medical
Zwiener.
freedom than our brave
Ms. Zwiener, for what
frontline
purpose?
healthcare workers,
I
doctors,
raise a
and nurses.
point of
And if she
order
opposes this, she is
under
opposing
Rule
medical
11,
freedom for
Section 2,
doctors
that
and
the
nurses.
amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Weiner raises a point of order against further consideration of the Harrison Amendment, Amendment number 4, under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The amendment suffers from the same defect as the prior amendment offered by Mr. Harrison. It is also not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Any member wish to speak for or against or on the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, for your time on this very important bill.
Mr. Spiller, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Yes.
questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yields.
Yes, Chairman. Can you explain to this body what, if there's an estimate of cost that some of these restrictions have been on our economy that are addressed in this bill?
Yes, absolutely. The most recent study, which came out in March of 2023, estimated that aside from healthcare costs, just the economic impact as a result of the closures on our economy have cost the country about $14 trillion. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 29. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 53 nays, SB 29 is passed the third reading. Mr. Spiller, for what purpose?
I'll wait till the gentleman makes a layout.
Okay. The chair lays out on second reading SB 7. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 7 by Schwertner relating to the reliability of the ERCOT power grid.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Speaker.
Mr. Spiller, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time.
Not at this time. Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to present SB 7, the lobby annuity plan, everybody. As Dustin Burrows told me, the owner box seems to be up there when it should be down here. Now, members, let's talk about SB 7. You've gotten more trees cut down just walking in this room. But I want to talk to you about the bill. What is this bill about? Think of the song Pink Floyd, Money. So, let me tell you the history of SB 7. See, they're already calling. You can hear the phone. I've been working on state affairs and working with our great speaker for many years on the utility industry. We began this process in 2019. Here's the bottom line. I can tell you about PCMs. I can tell you about load. I can tell you about firming. That sounds like another variant of COVID. They got more lingo in their group than you can count. But I'm going to spell out what this bill is about. After Snowcane Uri hit, the grid got called into question. Now, you're going to hear it's a one-time event. No, it isn't. I live on the coast. I hear about 100-year hurricanes all the time. And they seem to be coming less than 100 years. So we started a process of trying to strengthen the grid. So at the end of last year, the concept of the PCM, Performance Credit Mechanism, was created. Here's what this bill is, everybody. What this bill is the generators on this side of the penalty box the PUC, ERCOT, and the utility industry want what I call a map for the future. That's good. The concept's good. But you know, not all concepts work. It's not all about unicorns, cotton candy, and hope for the best. Anybody that talks to you about me knows one thing I have done for 6 years. Donna Howard, you know it because you told me you were going to tired of my quote. What's the cost to the taxpayer? That's the bottom line of this bill. PCM, program to help generation utilities, but they don't want anything but an open checkbook. They want to tell you, oh, we know what's best for you. What's this bill about? It's because I put $1 billion limit in it, Chairman Frank. Just before I got up here, I had my office check on what is the cost, Chairman Turner, of the PCM. They still can't tell me. Chairman Wilson, I don't know what the PCM costs. This bill is only about one thing, $1 billion cap, and my opposition doesn't want it. Members, the evidence shows that if you go forward without SB 7, it will cost your taxpayers, ratepayers, consumers $9 to $15 billion a year. Now, I want you to know that if you go home, Chairman Price, how do you go to Amarillo and say, hey, I voted down SB 7, but they're going to take care of you? 9 to 15 billion? They should have called this the sugar daddy bill. This bill is being fought by money. And I want you to think about everything. And Chairman Collier, you're right. 9 to 15 billion a year is not right. And I don't want consumers going home getting this. Now, members, I want you to know this. When you go home and you talk to your taxpayers, when they get an electric bill, I want you to look at that bill. They got an electric charge. Ed, Dennis, electric charge. Then they got a new one, you all. JM, Marianne, they got right under it called delivery charge, Chairman Allen. What is that? Is that a Domino's pizza addition to the bill? What is delivery? So now we're going to have the PCM sugar daddy charge on there from $9 to $15 billion. What this bill does is it allows the PCM to go forward. It puts guardrails, and you can get into the minutia and say, let's change this word, and let's get to the firming. I mean, by the time I finish with this, I think Dr. Oliverson did a medical exam on this bill. The whole point is we've got a bunch of amendments. Now, this is the other thing I want to tell you, and I mean this very seriously, members. I am tired of the disrespect for the Texas House of Representatives. I want to know how many of you gone before committees, chairman, vice chairman, and members, you show up, there are amendments, opposition. I want you to know, almost all these amendments that were created by the box leaders up here, I haven't ever seen. Do you know how many times they came in and talked to me? Do you have the cricket sign going? I am tired of special interest groups ignoring this body. I am offended as a chairman appointed by our great speaker that they would end run me constantly during this session. You know these flyers? One of them had to retract because it was wrong. But I want you all to be in my spot. We go to committees, they oppose us, they change it, we come to the floor. That's not respect for this body. I want respect. And I'm going to tell you two things. I want the cap because I need the consumers protected. Who's supporting me? I can't believe I've got Cyrus Reed Sierra Club and Todd Staples Texoga together. I had to go reread the bill to make sure I was still for it. We have the Environmental Defense Fund. I have the Chemical Council on here. That is quite an array. And why? And I want to thank Cyrus. Cyrus has been with us every step of the way on protecting the taxpayer and the consumer. And he believes there needs to be a limit. We'll go through these amendments, and I'm going to call out who didn't talk to me because I want you to know who's behind these points of order and amendments. I bet you we can all figure out by the end of this vote. Finally, ERCOT, PUC, their constituency is not you or the taxpayer. It's the generators, AECT, and the electric utilities. I represent you as the body, and I represent my district and the Texas state consumer. My constituency will always be you. We have three constituencies. Our district, 204,000, the state of Texas, and you as members. So my closing is this. This is all about money. Remember Pink Floyd. There's nothing wrong with putting a cap. And by the way, in 2 years, we have the provision that it comes back to us and you can change it, add to it, subtract it, modify, or get rid of it. You got every safety check there is. But I want to tell you, I'm in this to protect the consumer, the ratepayer, the taxpayer, and you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time's expired. Members, if you did not go to church yesterday, you just went today. Mr. Spiller, for what purpose?
I'll reserve my question. Thank you.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to do after the sermon, but I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 7 under Rule 4, Section 18.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 1000, Darby, sponsored by Huffman, relating to the composition of districts for the election of members of the Texas House of Representatives. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you, sir. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales-Shaw.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about incentivizing generation for the grid to protect consumers. Let's not forget, just a couple years ago, we had Winter Freeze Uri, and there were lots of resulting deaths, hundreds in fact. This bill has been a heroic lift for the chairman and for the interest groups. They've brought it a long way across the field, but the cost cap should be raised to make it a better bill, to incentivize more generation to the grid. If we're going to fix it, let's go all the way and do it. We're not asking you to allow PUC or ERCOT to make the decision to create the cap, which would be another possible remedy. This simply raises the cap from $1 billion to $1.5 to make sure that we can at least guarantee the maximum amount of generation that can come to the grid, because ultimately this is not about interest groups. This is about consumers at the end of the day and them needing this during the worst weather events, whether that's heat or cold. So let's go all the way. Let's not throw money at the problem only to find out later that consumers are left in the cold, pun intended. And I hope it's acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Respectfully oppose. We've worked on this. Actually, this has been what is agreed to by most of the groups at $1 billion. The very first time I heard of the 1.5 was today. But members, I'm not going to go up. Let's keep it at 1. We don't need to go 1.5, then go to 2, then go to 3. This isn't gambling. Let's keep it at 1. I respectfully oppose the amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw to close on the amendment.
I have the utmost respect for senior members like Chairman Hunter, and I know that he probably has his marching orders from whoever, but this really is about the consumers, and I hope that you will vote for my amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, send up the amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the authors. The record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales-Shaw voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 46 ayes and 96 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Lozano, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce Chairman Hunter's remarks to writing and place in the journal.
His opening remarks or all
His
his
legendary
remarks?
opening remarks.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair has none so ordered. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I appreciate the opportunity to lay out this amendment on SB 7. Members, we should adopt this amendment onto this bill because this amendment comprises a House Bill 4211 that the other side of this dome has ignored and not taken up. And we should not let them get away with that any more than they already are. This is a good bill that was worked on with Public Utility Commission to create the Texas Energy Efficiency Council to promote energy efficiency in Texas through a statewide collaborative approach and strategically utilize the state's resources to optimize the benefits of energy efficiency programs. Currently, there is no single entity in Texas tasked with measuring energy efficiency, performance, and evaluating potential statewide opportunities to help electric customers reduce consumption and lower electricity costs through similar energy efficiency programs. TEC will be structured similarly to the Texas Energy Reliability Council, TERC, that was created from SB 3 last legislative session. It will be comprised of both public and private members who will bring experience and technical expertise. The creation of the Texas Energy Efficiency Council serves as a great starting point for the state to begin to invest more assertively in energy efficiency. It was also one of the Public Utility Commission's biennial report recommendations. Energy efficiency is good for the economy. It is an investment in our homes, our health, and our grid. Members, when we talk about energy efficiency, yes, it's about using less energy so that we reduce overall demand on the grid, but energy efficiency also increases survivability. If your home or business has insulation, the temperature changes much less quickly indoors if you have a loss in power that affects your heating or air conditioning system. So this is not just about reducing energy use, it is about improving survivability for Texans if, heaven forbid, we have outages again in the future. Though this is a starting point to energy efficiency, it's important to note that it is not an ending point. We must continue to work to increase our energy efficiency standards. Members, Texas used to be the leader on this, and unfortunately, we are no longer. It is time for us to catch back up. Members, this is a good House bill that we passed through this chamber that the Senate is letting die right now. That said, I visited with Chair Hunter, and I respect his concerns about keeping Senate Bill 7 clean, and I thank him for the opportunity to speak on this amendment, and I withdraw it.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 7. Sorry, members. I missed Mr. Turner's note. Mr. Turner would like to speak in opposition to the bill. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, First off, I want to thank Chairman Hunter for his leadership of State Affairs Committee, and he's been a great chairman to serve under. And we just have a fundamental disagreement on some of the aspects of this bill. And I know we share the same goal, which is how do we increase reliability for Texans, for the ratepayers, for our constituents? How do we keep their lights on? So I want to just take a minute to talk about how we got here today. Everyone remembers what happened in February of 2021. Winter Storm Uri hit Texas, and our state experienced catastrophic blackouts for almost a week. Nearly 70% of Texans lost power. At least, and this is a conservative estimate, 210 Texans died because we could not keep the electricity on. The state experienced extraordinary financial losses, estimated to be somewhere between $80 and $130 billion as a result of those events. Our state can't afford to allow a Winter Storm Uri or anything like it to be repeated. And many things were made clear by Winter Storm Uri. One of the most important is that we need to increase reliability into the ERCOT grid. But we need reliability that consumers can afford. We need reliability that consumers can count on in the extreme cold and also in the extreme heat. Our constituents deserve better than to be checking the weather and holding their breath every time we have really cold or really hot weather. So last session, this legislature acknowledged the unacceptable nature of what happened during Winter Storm Uri and the need to ensure that such blackouts are never repeated. And in response, this legislature passed Senate Bill 3 and other reforms. And in those reforms, we set clear policy objectives, and we left it to the Public Utility Commission, to ERCOT, and stakeholders to come up with a plan and to implement new policies. Now, 2 years later, here we are considering Senate Bill 7 this afternoon. Senate Bill 7 effectively strips the work we completed last session. It makes a 180-degree turn from the policy decisions that we collectively determined on a bipartisan basis, on a bicameral basis, to be the best course of action 2 years ago. Members, this bill will increase costs to our constituents, and it will not increase reliability. That's the truth. It will cause our state, the businesses in our state, and our constituents, most importantly, it will cost them money without increasing reliability. And that's the worst of both worlds. According to an ERCOT market analysis, the guardrails established by Senate Bill 7 will lead to a loss of load 2 out of every 3 years. When you say loss of load, what does that mean? Let me be real clear. A loss of load is a blackout. That means your constituents lose power in their homes and in their businesses. That's not what my constituents have asked me for. I don't think any of your constituents have asked you. And that's not the best we can do for our constituents. So some might call into question, and people have, ERCOT's analysis. But that's not the only figure out there that indicates the challenges in front of us. According to the Seasonal Assessment of Resource Adequacy, SARA for short, released just a few weeks ago on May 3rd, for the first time this summer, the peak demand for electricity will exceed the amount we can generate from on-demand dispatchable power. I don't like those facts, but those are the projections that we have been provided by the Public Utility Commission and by ERCOT. So members, I acknowledge the PCM, the Performance Credit Mechanism, is not perfect. Is it new? Is it novel? Is it untested? Absolutely, yes it is. So was the deregulated market back in 1999. It was new, it was novel, it was untested, but that was the decision the legislature made, is we're going to try something new and novel and deregulate the market. So we have to decide, do we have a deregulated market or do we not? And the PCM is a mechanism to remain consistent with the deregulated market, but also increase reliability. And the fact is that the opponents of this plan, the PCM, don't have a better option that I've seen. And I've sat through hours and hours of committee hearings these last few months, and I haven't heard better ideas. The best argument I've heard is that we really don't have that big of a reliability problem, and we can do nothing, or we can do not much, which is what this bill would do. But I think that our constituents would disagree. I think our constituents who remember what happened during Uri, I think our constituents who suffered blackouts in the summer, our constituents who have downloaded the ERCOT app to check the status of the grid on really hot days or really cold days to see what their risk is of losing power, I think they expect us to do something better than what is in SB 7.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield
Gentleman yields
to
for
Dean
question.
Thompson.
Representative Turner, does the current electricity market have price caps?
I'm sorry, Ms. T. Could you say one more time?
Does the current electricity market have price caps?
Yes, it does.
And would replacing the cost cap with a price cap allow the PCMs to function properly and deliver additional reliability for consumers?
Ms. Thompson, I believe it would. I believe that staying true to the cost caps, or the price caps that we have in the current energy-only market is an appropriate way for the PCM to move forward while also providing general cost constraints for our constituents and protections for the consumers.
If a cost cap stays in the bill, is it fair to say that we are asking our constituents, ratepayers, to pay higher electricity bills, but without higher reliability?
Yes, ma'am. I think that's exactly right. I think if you look at Senate Bill 7, we've talked a lot about the cap this afternoon, but the other provisions, the DRRS provision, the firming requirements, all those add costs without increasing reliability for our constituents. So, yes, I believe that is a grave concern with this legislation.
And will a cost cap for the performance credit mechanism result in less reliability on the grid?
Yes, I believe it will result in less reliability, and I think the data we've seen from ERCOT proves that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ranchier, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
Yeah. So Chairman Turner, you're concerned about reliability. I think everybody in the body is. I'm especially concerned about in the layout. It was discussed that this was somehow a David versus Goliath set up, that you had one side really lobbying hard, but this is really Goliath versus Goliath, is it not? I mean, ultimately you have some folks who are invested in the current system. They love the scarcity market. They love the market that produces booms and busts and leaves our people out in the cold. And they're the ones lobbying to keep this in place, right? They're in favor of SB 7. Then you have other folks who said, hey, if we're going to be on the hook for helping this state, being partners in this state in reliability, you need to change the market. Isn't that what we are really talking about?
Well, that's exactly what we're talking about. And as I was saying a minute ago, some of the opposition to the PCM, not only are we not seeing credible alternatives, in my view, proposed, and I've been open-minded to alternatives, as I believe you have as well throughout this process. But we haven't seen any credible alternatives. But the fact is, the incumbent system, yes, benefits large industrial users because in times of scarcity, they're able to sell power back. And the numbers I've seen indicate that dollar figure is in excess of $5 billion every single year. And our constituents and our ratepayers are absorbing that cost.
Right, so it's $5 billion into the system. If I were making a windfall of $5 million in sort of gaming the system, I guess I'd want to keep the system in place. But what does it do to reliability? What does this cap, according to ERCOT, or the experts in the field, say about scarcity events that will be happening in the state of Texas if we keep this cap in place? Because the standard we're trying to achieve is 1 out of 10 years. What did the experts say about how often we would have these blackouts or scarcity events?
Well, that's right. So the analysis from ERCOT that E3 did for ERCOT here recently looked at different cap models, different cap amounts, and for the $1 billion cost cap, which is what is in Senate Bill 7, they project a loss of load, i.e. a blackout, factor of 1.07. So that's 2 out of every 3 years. And the standard we are trying to get to, that I think everyone agrees with, is the 0.1 standard. So that says it is only acceptable to have a loss of load or a blackout once a decade, once every 10 years. That's a standard used in most ISOs around the country, and that's a standard we need to get to in Texas because our constituents deserve
And when
that.
you say ISOs, those are grid operators like ERCOT, right? It is not in ERCOT's interest for us to have blackouts, correct?
No, it's absolutely not in ERCOT's interest for us to have blackouts. It's in none of our interests. It's not in the Senate's interest. It's not in the governor's interest. It's not in the interest of our constituents, most fundamentally. And we need to increase reliability.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia.
Will you have the dialogue between Representative Turner and Dean Thompson reduced to writing and placed in the journal kindly?
Members heard the motions. Objection. The chair has done so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I speak in favor of this bill because we have got to do something to prevent what happened during Winter Storm Uri, where over 700 people died. The Senate passed a bill a long time ago, early in the session, and we're here today because we in the State Affairs Committee have looked at this hard. We've tried, and I compliment the chairman and all the members on the committee, have tried to involve everyone, and any of you who are not on the committee and showed an interest. We brought you in. We listened to you. This is what we've come up with. It's a bill that will help provide more certainty. Let me read, a lot of you, everybody has the HRO report. Let me read a very important sentence here, page 6. Committee Substitute Senate Bill 7 would require ERCOT to consider implementing an ancillary services program to procure dispatchable, reliability, reserve services on a day-ahead and real-time basis to account for market certainty. We need market certainty. Whether it's hot or cold, we cannot afford for this state to go dark again and more people to die. This is not a perfect bill, but it's better than what the bill that we got from the Senate. There are senators who agree with my good friend Chairman Turner, no doubt, on the Republican side, who would rather have that bill than this bill. But this is a good step forward, members. I hope that you will vote for this. I hope that you will stop and think that we cannot let happen what happened during Winter Storm Uri. Please vote yes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 7. All in favor say aye. Those say nay. The ayes have it. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Canales voting aye. Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 119 ayes and 21 nays. SB 7 has passed the third reading. The chair lays out SB 2627. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2627 by Schwertner related to funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of dispatchable electric generating facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2627 until after consideration of SJR 93 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Your objection, the chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 18. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 18 by Creighton relating to tenure and employment status at public institutions of higher education in this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 18 until after consideration of SB 2627 today.
Members heard the motion. Objection, the chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SJR 8-1. The clerk will read the resolution.
SJR 8-1 by Birdwell, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of funds to support the capital needs of educational programs offered by the Texas State Technical College System and certain component institutions of the Texas State University System, and repealing the limitation on the allocation to the Texas State Technical College System and its campuses of the annual appropriation of certain constitutionally dedicated funding for public institutions of higher education.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the House Committee Substitute for Senate Joint Resolution 81 would establish two constitutional funds to provide dependable and dedicated revenue for trade and manufacturing schools in Texas. This body has already addressed support for community colleges through the excellent work of the Community College Task Force so that Texas can continue to grow our manufacturing workforce to meet the growing advanced manufacturing workforce demand that fuel our economic development. And with that, that's exactly what this resolution does. And with that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of SJR 8-1. Is a record vote required by the Constitution? The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 46 ayes and 0 nays. SJR 8-1 is adopted. The chair lays out on the second reading SJR 9-3. The clerk will read the bill. Resolution.
SJR 9-3 by Schwertner, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Energy Fund to support the construction, maintenance, modernization, and operation of electric generating facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this SJR proposes a constitutional amendment for the creation of the Texas Energy Fund, which will be dealing specifics with SB 2627 that Representative Patterson and Chi will be having proposed to you. I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of SJR 9-3. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 103 ayes and 35 nays. SJR 9-3 is adopted. The chair lays out SB 2627 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2627 by Schwertner, relating to funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of dispatchable electric generating facilities.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 30, Moody, sponsored by King, relating to access to certain law enforcement, corrections, and prosecutorial records under public information law. Committee substitute. HB 33, Landgraf, sponsored by Springer, relating to the enforcement of certain federal laws regulating oil and gas operations within the state of Texas. Committee substitute. HB 617, Darby, sponsored by Alvarado, relating to a pilot project to provide emergency telemedicine medical services and telehealth services in rural areas. HB 1193, Turner, sponsored by Miles, relating to prohibiting housing discrimination by a property owner's home association against a residential tenant based on the tenant's method of payment. HB 1630, Shine, sponsored by Flores, relating to the applicability of the law governing the provision of state aid to certain local governments.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, SB 2627 is known as the Power Texting Forward Act, and this seeks to address increased reliability. And I want you to know how we're going to present this. We have some amendments, and I want all of you to know on this power, we are presenting this as a bipartisan bill. We are going to have members present who've been engaged with this bill, and they will be providing the amendments which support. So please listen to each amendment on what the specifics will be, and I want to send a message that we work together. And I think you will find a very constructive program. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment assures that all taxpayers funding this program see the benefits of this program. This creates a grant program for non-ERCOT utilities to weatherize and modernize their facilities to protect against natural disasters. I do believe it is acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Mr. Metcalf sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is very simple. It directs the PUC to consider air quality permits when evaluating an application for the loan and grant program created under this bill. It's appropriate to expect the beneficiaries of this program to be compliant with fundamental air quality standards, and that's what this amendment would require.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And this is a good concept. Some of this information I think we can already do. I think some of this needs to be looked at. But we have a program in place. A lot of this information I haven't seen till today. But I think we will be able to handle a lot of the constructive side. But at this time I'm going to oppose because I don't think it fits in to the program that we're doing. So I respectfully oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, this is a very simple addition to the bill. Just simply says that we need to take into consideration air quality. And I think that's really important. And so therefore, I hope that you will vote in favor of this amendment. I move adoption.
Ms. Weiner sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye, Ms. Weiner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 52 ayes and 93 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As you know, this bill is composed of a grant program and a loan program. This amendment's very simple. In the loan program, we want to incentivize generation, but we don't want taxpayers to have default risk for a long period of time. So we're cutting in half the loan term from 20 years to 10 years so that our constituents will not be on the hook for default risk after that period of time, and it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Anchia sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Okay, this amendment, again, is to the loan program, okay? And this amendment requires loan repayment on the earlier of one of two things. One, when you begin commercial operations, or if you're in a distress situation on the second anniversary when you said you were going to begin commercial operations. Because again, this is going to be taxpayer money that's going into this loan product, and we want to make sure that people start paying back their loans as soon as possible. The other thing that this does is it also ties the interest rate, not at 0, not at 2, but to the Fed funds rate, which is 5.25 right now. So there's still about 200 basis points, maybe to 300 basis points of incentive there, because currently the cost of capital for most generators, if they were to use this program, is about 8.25% to about 10.25%. So there's this interest rate will get mom and pop a return for taking on default risk, and I believe this is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Anchia sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Anchia.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to
Thank you,
explain
Mr.
the
Speaker and
amendment.
members. I appreciate the author working with me on this. Is going to be acceptable to the author. But because we want steel in the ground, check your bingo cards, everybody. Because we want steel in the ground as quickly as possible, what we're doing is we're moving up the deadline for the bonus program. I've been talking about the loan program. This is the bonus program. If you, on an accelerated basis, get steel in the ground and get megawatts online, you should get a bigger bonus than those who are not going to be bringing steel to the ground until later, right? So this allows the PUC to create a two-tiered bonus system. The other thing I would mention, members, is that the E3 report that analyzes our scarcity situation says that we're going to have scarcity events and need about 5,600 megawatts by the summer of 2026. So this amendment is in line with the E3 report and is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Anchia sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would allow the loans and grants to also apply to energy efficiency upgrades for homes and commercial buildings. Senate Bill 2627 was introduced to ensure future adequate supply of electricity. And while we want to encourage additional generation, experts have repeatedly said that the cheapest megawatt is the one that we don't use. Energy efficiency is 39% cheaper than building new fossil fuel plants. This amendment would do just that by incentivizing retrofits and upgrades to profile savings for consumers. It would be a win-win for consumers. Energy efficiency lowers total demand, which reduces periods of scarcity and lowers costs to consumers. A November 2022 study by LendingTree found that nearly 45% of Texas households struggled with their electricity bills in 2021. As a body, we have justifiably prioritized reliability. However, we can't forget that all of these measures, as we've heard repeatedly from Chairman Hunter, have come off the backs of Texas consumers. The legislature should be working to lower costs for consumers and reduce periods of scarcity. This is a win-win for Texans. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about getting new steel in the ground, building new power plants that can serve the needs of Texas. What this amendment does is removes funds from that plan and that thing that Texans deserve and expect us to do this session, and go put that into your residential home and fund residential homes throughout the state on energy efficiency projects. I'm not even sure that this amendment is germane, but I would respectfully ask that you oppose this amendment so that 100% of the funds go to putting new steel in the ground here in the state of Texas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for allowing me the opportunity to talk about this, and I will withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Is Mr. Guerin on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerin.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment clarifies that these funds cannot be used to build a natural gas pipeline, and it's acceptable to the author. I move passage.
Mr. Guerin sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption. The amendment the chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hernandez.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would allow for grant funds to be used for backup power generators at facilities that communities rely on for health, safety, and well-being. This would allow your hospitals, nursing homes, dialysis centers, and other critical facilities to install backup power generation so they can ensure that they are always online and operational. This amendment applies statewide. It is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Hernandez sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment the chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment streamlines the program by allowing these facilities to choose whether they want a completion bonus or the loan. It also requires the PUC to establish performance standards, because if we're handing out taxpayer money to build these facilities, they should be able to perform. It's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Patterson sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Does any member wish to speak for, against, or on the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Nchia in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You likely walked in today, and some of you who received the Legislative Study Group report that is prepared by Representative Wally's team probably saw an unfavorable recommendation on this bill. And when I walked in this morning, I probably felt the same way. But I want to give the author a lot of credit here for working on a bipartisan basis with the members of this House to make it a materially better bill, and one that I will be supporting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Yeah.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to close on the bill.
Thank you, members, and Mr. Speaker, move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading, SB 2627. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. I'll show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 16 nays, SB 2627 has passed the third reading. The chair lays out SB 18 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 18 by Creighton relating to tenure and employment status at public institutions of higher education in this state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the last time the Texas Legislature addressed tenure was in the 75th Legislature. SB 18 will put in place a framework for how tenure is granted to faculty members, how tenured faculty are reviewed, and when and how tenured faculty can be dismissed. Although the Senate bill version that came over was to ban all tenure to be awarded after January 1st, 2024, this substitute will allow for tenure to still be granted and put in place a strong foundation for our universities to follow that will provide accountability while maintaining an environment that is conducive to recruiting and retaining the best faculty and researchers in the state and nation. The bill requires that universities have policies that are clear, hold tenured faculty accountable for their teaching, research, and service, and ensure that faculty who are not meeting the established standards for their performance can be removed from their positions while receiving due process. This bill will help ensure that faculty who earn tenure uphold their responsibilities to the students, their universities, and to our great state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reynolds, for what
Would
purpose?
the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Kemple. Are you aware that Senate Bill 18 was filed to empower Texas state officials to punish and terminate professors who teach courses about subject matters concerning race, gender, and sexual orientation that those officials disagree with?
I'm not aware of that, Mr. Reynolds.
Are you aware that on February the 18th, 2022, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick held a press conference where he said, quote, he would push to end professor tenure for all new hires at Texas public universities and colleges in an effort to combat faculty members who he says indoctrinate students with teachings about critical race theory?
No, sir, Mr. Reynolds, I was not aware of that.
Are you aware that on January 17, 2023, during his inaugural address, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick stated, a subject has come up of tenure. Now, let me just say this. I don't start any fights, but I will do my best to finish a few on your behalf. Out of nowhere, some professor said, we're going to teach critical race theory at our college and university, and I tweeted out, wait a minute, we banned critical race theory in K through 12 next session. If you are hell-bent on teaching it in our colleges, we will ban it in college. They came back and said, well, we don't listen to the legislature. We don't listen to the Board of Regents. They're not accountable to anyone. Well, let me tell you what. Our public professors are accountable to the taxpayers because you pay their salary, and they are accountable to the Board of Regents, and they are accountable to the legislature. Tenure is fine for our research professors and our doctors, but for those professors in the classroom every day, I don't want them teaching, just like the parents don't want in K through 12 that if you're white, you're a racist. And if you're of color, you're a victim. I don't want teachers in our colleges saying America is evil and capitalism is bad and socialism is better. And if that means some of those professors who want to teach that don't come to Texas, I'm okay with that. I want professors who love this country, who love this state, and raise up the next generations, be proud of being in business. Are you aware of that statement?
No, sir, Mr. Reynolds, I was not aware of that statement.
Are you aware that Lieutenant Governor announced Senate Bill 18 as one of his priorities on February the 13th, 2023?
I may have been aware of that one, Mr. Reynolds.
Are you aware that in the last legislative session, Senator Creighton, the author of this bill, filed bills related to ending or weakening tenure that never even got out of committee?
Was not aware of that, Mr. Reynolds.
Can you just kind of explain to me then, what is your thought process behind the drafting of this bill? What issues do you think this bill addresses?
Mr. Reynolds, number one, we're attempting to put tenure back in this substitute. Number two, providing our institutions of higher education a baseline, a framework of what we expect from those institutions and those in that faculty.
And I appreciate that remark. Is it your opinion that this bill will, are you aware or do you disagree that this bill will impact all professors in Texas, potentially eviscerating an imperfect but important process for higher education faculty?
I think there's actually a positive impact for the faculty with the transparent baseline and framework of expectations.
Well, I respectfully disagree. Are you aware that black professors are already severely underrepresented in academia, especially black women? Only 4% our tenured faculty in Texas are black. Are you aware of that?
No, sir, Mr. Reynolds.
And it is my opinion, and as well as experts that I've spoken to, if this bill becomes law and the state weakens this protection that was already a rarity, what protections would the state leave in place to ensure black professors or professors of topics related to race, gender, are not discriminated against in their contracts and annual reviews?
Mr. Reynolds, I just revert back to saying this legislation is just a baseline of what we expect from our higher institutions.
Colleges and universities are central to safeguarding of ideas, critical thinking, and academic freedom. These ideals and the pursuit of truth through research are paramount to our democracy. Put differently, higher education institutions are anchors of our democracy. America's system of higher education is recognized globally for this critical role. Could you discuss what consideration was given for how this legislation will impact our democracy and what guardrails you will institute to ensure that you do not erode this essential role of institutions of higher education?
Again, just the framework that allows us to express our expectations for those institutions along the way, giving them the opportunity to policy make and from the bottom up, really, with the faculty involved.
Critical race theory is more than 40 years old academic concept that began in law schools that recognize that racism is more than the result of individual bias and prejudice, but is embedded in laws, policies, and institutions that uphold and reproduce racial inequalities. It has been made clear that Senate Bill 18 was proposed as a way to target the teaching of this theory and other topics related to race, gender, and sexuality. Do you believe that systemic racism exists?
Mr. Reynolds, again, this bill is simple baseline and framework that we're giving to our institutions to let them know what we expect regarding tenure.
Do you believe that systemic sexism exists?
Again, baseline framework.
How can you ensure that courses and professors of these topics will not be targeted in the implementation of this proposed law? What protections remain?
We have due process, whether they come to dismissal or protections for that faculty. And again, the faculty will be a part of the policy making and they'll be involved.
Do you acknowledge that racial disparities remain in Texas in education, health, outcomes, voting, housing, and other areas?
Again, Mr. Reynolds, I would suggest that this legislation is focused toward tenure and the framework that we expect.
But wouldn't you agree that this legislation threatens research and teaching about the root causes of these current day inequalities?
I don't think it threatens research. I think the fact that we're keeping tenure in would suggest that we are recruiting.
Gentleman's time's expired. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill regulates tenure. The amendment inserts a requirement that tenure would be an annual basis. There's nowhere else really in the private sector where I believe that people just get kind of a free ticket. I own my own business, and I think it'd be really important to check people on an annual basis. Oftentimes in the military, we got biannual reviews and annual reviews. So I move adoption on this amendment that I think is a smart thing to do annual tenure. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Tinderholt. This essentially just strikes tenure and gives them an annual contract. The purpose of my legislation, our legislation here today, is to restore tenure going forward, so I respectfully oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt in favor to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just respectfully disagree. I think this provides more accountability by requiring the university and the professor to revisit and evaluate their tenure relationship every year. I respectfully request moving adoption. And
Ms. Rayner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 3, that the amendment is contrary to the purpose of the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Cole.
The chair recognizes Ms. Cole to explain the amendment.
This simple amendment would just broaden the definition of property interest beyond a simple yearly salary to preserve a current professor's position within the faculty. If we want to be able to continue to recruit and retain our top faculties across the country to come to Texas public institutions of higher education, we need to ensure that the value of tenure in Texas is comparable to the value of tenure outside of our state. I believe that the amendment is acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to speak on the amendment.
It is going to be acceptable. I just wanted to say this is some work that we've done clearing up some ambiguity around the property interest. So with that.
Ms. Cole sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tinderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill regulates professor tenure. These tenure positions often reward professors who actively work against the interest of our students. This amendment expands the violations for which they can be removed under tenure. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All four of these remove a connection between conduct and the effect of that conduct on institution or job duties, and it really just removes needed detail that we need, so I'm going to respectfully oppose.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me give you an example. I remove a sentence from each of the reasons someone can be fired. So before it was engaged in conduct involving moral turpitude that adversely affects the institution or facility, and it goes on. I changed it to be engaged in conduct involving moral turpitude. It's similar to that on every single one, where if they have moral issues or legal issues, that they stand to potentially be terminated. I respectfully move adoption, request a record vote.
Mr. Tinderholt sends an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author's objection. Pardon me, the record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Kemple voting nay. Mr. Tinderholt voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting nay. Mr. Smith voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 18 ayes and 119 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of committee substitute of House Senate Bill 18 under Rule 11, Sections 2 and Section 3 of the House rules that the committee substitute is on a different subject matter than the original and not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Garcia.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, our country and criminal justice system guarantees that no person shall be deprived life, liberty, or property without the due process of law. Our legal system allows defendants to undergo community supervision if the courts deem it to be in the best interest of justice. This ensures that punishment fits the crime, and Texans learn from their mistakes while decreasing the likelihood of reoffending. Before their lives and livelihoods are disrupted, tenured professors in Texas deserve the same treatment and access to due process that we afford to other citizens. This amendment simply adds language that would make this bill consistent with the Texas felony disenfranchisement statutes by stating that the final conviction, instead of any convictions deemed relevant, can be the basis for termination of a tenured professor. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just precludes violation of the law that is substantially related to the performance of the faculty member's duty to be a basis for loss or tenure. And you remember that we have due process built into this legislation, so I will respectfully oppose.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote yes on this amendment, and I close.
Ms. Garcia, since the amendment is not acceptable to the author, the question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye, Mr. Kemple voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 57 ayes and 87 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 37, SB 52, SB 135, SB 280, SB 348, SB 361, SB 372, SB 374, SB 414, SB 485, SB 496, SB 526, SB 252, SB 539, SB 540, SB 646, SB 658, SB 691, SB 739, SB 867, SB 904, SB 983, SB 994, SB 1045, SB 1122, SB 1393, SB 1439, SB 1551, SB 1599, SB 1614, SB 1653, SB 1710, SB 2017, SB 2106, SB 2119, SB 2150, SB 2269, SB 2275, SB 2310, SB 2333, SB 2379, SB 2399, SB 2493, SB 2612, SJR 74.
Just tell her later.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment holds significant importance in ensuring the stability and fairness of tenure within our educational institutions. This amendment seeks to clarify and reinforce the duration of employment benefits associated with tenured positions by explicitly stating that the guaranteed salary extends throughout each year of continuous employment. We provide a stronger guarantee of job security and stability for tenured faculty members. Without this amendment, the wording in the bill leaves room for ambiguity and potential misinterpretation regarding the duration of employment benefits. By adding this essential clarification, we ensure that tenured faculty members can confidently rely on the guaranteed salary during every year of their continuous service. This amendment is crucial in maintaining the attractiveness and competitiveness of our institutions when compared to the many schools that offer traditional tenure. By providing a clear and unequivocal commitment to the ongoing support of our tenured faculty, we signal our dedication to academic excellence and the well-being of our educators. Furthermore, this amendment upholds the principles of fairness and equity. It recognizes the value and contributions of our tenured faculty members, acknowledging their expertise and the importance of their continued employment. By supporting this amendment, we demonstrate our commitment to preserving the stability and integrity of tenure, promoting a nurturing and supportive environment for our educators. And how this is different than Rep. Cole's amendment is that it says for each year that you have tenure, they pay you through the entirety of the year, so it doesn't guarantee more years. I also believe it makes us more competitive when you have professors who are coming in, because if we don't let them know that they're at least guaranteed for a year, they're going to go other places and we're going to have a brain drain. So I urge you all to vote yes on this amendment, ensuring that the benefits of tenure are upheld and reaffirmed for the betterment of our educational system. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what Ms. Jones is trying to do, but I'm not sure that it, well, let me put it this way. I think it may affect what Representative Cole and I did, and we cleared up some of the ambiguity on the personal interest. So with that, I will respectfully oppose and think it's been addressed already. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to close on the amendment.
Yes, and I'd just like to say I respectfully disagree with Representative Kemple that it clears up all the ambiguity. So I would respectfully ask that you vote aye for this amendment. Thank you very much.
Ms. Jones of Harris respectfully sends up an amendment. Mr. Kemple respectfully opposes the amendment. And we'll all respectfully have a record vote. Show Ms. Jones-Harris voting aye, Mr. Kemple voting nay. Show Dr. Stuckey voting nay, respectfully. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 60 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Is Ms. Perez on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Perez.
The chair recognizes Ms. Perez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds language that adds benefits to what a tenured professor would be entitled to. Offering competitive benefits or part of tenure is crucial for retaining experienced faculty members. Tenured professors are valuable assets to institutions, and providing attractive benefits demonstrates a commitment to their long-term well-being and professional growth. When professors feel supported and valued through comprehensive benefits, they are more likely to stay and contribute to the institutions. So basically, all this does is it adds it amends on page 2, line 4, between salary and the underlined period by inserting and employee benefits. Move adoption.
Yeah. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to oppose this amendment respectfully on the grounds that a due process approaches already exist in the bill, and personal benefits I don't think you can really define, so we just define salary. So with that, I'll oppose.
The chair recognizes Ms. Perez to close on the amendment.
Move adoption.
Ms. Perez sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption amendment. This is a division vote. If all members voted, strike the board, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Niave Criado.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, on page 5 of Senate Bill 18, there's a section that discusses the policies and procedures in instances where there's going to be a summary dismissal of a tenured faculty member. There has to be a finding that the faculty member committed serious misconduct, and then right beneath that it gets into language regarding what appropriate due process means in those specific circumstances where there's a summary dismissal. The first thing is that the tenured faculty member or the policies and procedures have to include, it says before summarily dismissing the faculty member, they have to provide the faculty member with a written notice of the allegations against the faculty member, together with explanation of the evidence supporting dismissal. And then second, they get an opportunity for the faculty member to respond to the allegations in a hearing with the designated administrator. What this amendment does is it adds in to the line where it says an opportunity for the faculty member to respond to the allegations. It would also give the faculty member, the tenured faculty member, an opportunity to cross-examine. As many of us are lawyers, we know the necessity in cross-examination is one of those fundamental tenets of due process. And so for this specific section of due process, we want those professors, if they're having charges brought against them where they're just going to be summarily dismissed, that they have an opportunity to ask questions of the individual who is bringing those charges. The benefits of cross-examination include as many of y'all know, the opportunity to show either the weakness in the arguments of the person bringing those charges against the tenured professor, or establish, for example, a lack of credibility. Has there been a history of the accuser, whatever evidence may be, but we want to give these tenured professors, if there's language in here about their due process, one of the core fundamental tenets of due process, and that is the right to cross-examine. So the amendment would allow for accountability, to call on the persons accusing them, and will also provide for a more fair and transparent process. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Opposes some amendment on the grounds that due process apparatus already exists. And the purpose of having summary dismissal is to have a shortened process for egregious behavior.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to close the amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a due process exists in here in the language, but it doesn't give them the right to cross-examine, and that's what we're trying to add in. So move adoption.
Ms. Niave Criado sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. The question occurs in the adoption of the amendment. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting nay, Ms. Niave Criado voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 59 ayes and 86 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Members, this is a simple clarifying amendment that states that this bill will be implemented in a manner that is consistent with the United States Constitution and the Texas Constitution and federal and state anti-discrimination laws. It's very important to ensure that this bill remains within the boundaries of constitutional legality and alignment with the existing legal frameworks, providing a safeguard against any potential constitutional challenges. It is imperative that we prioritize the recruitment and retention of diverse faculty, giving the alarmingly disproportionate representation of Black and Latino faculty members compared with their white counterparts in Texas institutions. Despite the African American population accounting for 13% and the Latino population consisting of 40% of the state population, UT Austin, for instance, has only a 4.5% full-time faculty rate of those who are African American and 9.4% of those who are Latino. I just would say once again, please vote for this amendment, vote for the Constitution. Thank you so much.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Members, I can assure you, you will be voting for the Constitution and laws without this amendment. I think it's unnecessary. We already have to do all this anyway, so I will oppose it.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to close on the amendment.
I'll say it once and I'll say it again. Vote with the Constitution. Vote yes for this amendment. I move adoption.
Mr. Jones of Dallas sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Mr. Kemple voting nay. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 61 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, it's my understanding that the bill is currently written as a part of SB 18 is based on Texas A&M's tenure revocation procedure, which while it may work at A&M, may not work for the entire state of Texas. This amendment would replace the system of no good cause termination and replace it with a system in which there's a general good cause provision. This means that good cause shall determine in each case according to the procedures outlined in subsection C4. This amendment incorporates good practices in potential dismissal cases that are centered on the thing that it still lacks, specific provisions on due process. With this amendment, a faculty member will be ensured to receive a written notice on the allegation with the opportunity to respond and sets defined minimum procedures for a hearing to include the right to appear in person with counsel, the right to testify, and a record be made available to the accused. Specifically, they will get written notice of the allegations against them, the opportunity to respond to the allegations in a hearing before the faculty member is dismissed, the appropriate due process during the hearing, and if the faculty member is suspended pending completion of the hearing, the faculty member is to be suspended with pay, and the right for the faculty member to appear at the hearing in person or with counsel at the faculty member's choice. They get to confront and cross-examine any witnesses who appear in the hearing, testify at the hearing at the faculty member's choice, introduce relevant and material evidence in the faculty member's defense, requiring the institution to make a stenographic or electronic record of the hearing and make the record available to the faculty member, and require the institution to prove good cause for dismissal by a preponderance of the evidence and an appeal of the finding by the institution that good cause exists for the dismissal before the faculty member may be dismissed. This is a very simple amendment that lays out with specificity what good cause is, and they make sure on a case-by-case basis for review and determination of tenure with a process that has already been proven to work. Members, I hope you will join me in supporting this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption. I respectfully move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
And Mr. Jones, I respectfully oppose. This just changes everything we have there about cause. We worked so diligently on to establish the process of this bill, essentially negating everything we're trying to do. So I will respectfully oppose my friend.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones
And I
of Harris
respectfully
to close
believe
the
that it
amendment.
does not negate everything. And I would respectfully ask for you to vote aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptably authored. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye, Mr. Kemple voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 57 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this proposed amendment seeks only to provide reporting and oversight measures over the implementation of this bill and how this piece of legislation would have an effect on those professors that would have been eligible for tenure offered by Texas universities. This bill would ban tenure as we currently know it and will have a real effect on current faculty that may have been eligible for tenure. And so understanding what kind of impact that has, and especially on different demographics of race, ethnicity, etc., is important data to have. Breaking down the demographics of university faculty currently contracted by race, ethnicity, etc., will help us understand the current makeup of contracted faculty and understand Senate Bill 18's impact on that makeup. This data is necessary to document the effect of these changes to best inform lawmakers and the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board of the effect of the impacts these practices are having on faculty. With our current understanding of small percentage of minorities currently employed in faculty in a number of our universities, keeping tabs on this data will further highlight how small a percentage of minorities really do make up in our colleges and universities. In addition, this amendment would indicate a process for claim submissions through the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board in connection with any termination or other adverse employment decision. This procedural addition would simply allow for faculty to have their claims documented. Members, I urge you to vote yes on this
Mr.
amendment.
Speaker.
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I will, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much for laying that out for me, Representative Reynolds. Let me clarify this. If I understand correctly, your concern regarding tenure is that it hampers universities' capacity to exert effective oversight and evaluation of their faculty. However, you oppose the inclusion of any provisions that would enable faculty and the public to exercise their right to scrutinize and evaluate universities, but do you know what percentage of Texas population is comprised of African Americans?
Yes, 13%. Texas has the largest number of African Americans in the nation, but currently 13% of the Texas population is African American.
And do you know what percentage of our population is Latino?
Absolutely, a whopping 40%.
And do you know what percentage of UT Austin's full-time faculty is black?
Unfortunately, it's only 4.5%.
And do you know what percentage of UT Austin's full-time faculty is Latino?
Less than 10%. The number, as I understand it, is 9.4%.
And do you know what the average pay gap is between minority professors and white professors at UT Austin?
Yes, I did the research. The difference is approximately 25,343 between minority and white professors at UT Austin.
And do you think this bill would lead to improvements in these disparities?
I think this bill will make it worse.
Are you at all concerned at the lack of transparency required by the current text of this bill and how it could possibly exacerbate these disparities?
That's one of my biggest concerns about this bill, absolutely.
If tenure is eliminated, how can we assure that faculty will be able to freely express their ideas without fear of retaliation from administrators or political pressure?
Well, if there are currently no measures in place to address that concern, wouldn't a formal complaint system be a fairly innocuous address? I mean, basically, this bill is going to stifle that process.
If there are currently no measures in place to address this concern, wouldn't a formal complaint system be fairly innocuous to address this issue?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is simply duplicative and burdensome. The co-board has no role in faculty complaints. With that, I will respectfully oppose.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to close on the amendment.
Members, protect academic freedom, protect our Texas state professors. Vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds sends up the amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Reynolds voting aye, Mr. Kemple voting nay. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 61 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Raymond.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you, many of you, for working with me on this common sense amendment. It's very even. Democrats and Republicans, thank you both. What this would do, members, I'm going to read it to you so you'll hear it. I've talked to many of you already, but a year after this has gone into effect, if the bill passes, which I have a sense probably will, a year later, then the coordinating board would review the effect the implementation may have had on accreditation of higher institutions of higher education, which I think will be good to confirm what a lot of you members think, which is that whatever you think. The second thing is they review the effect the implementation may have had on federal grants, research funds, the fiscal and other impacts implementation may have related to faculty member recruitment and relocation, and then the number of faculty member departures or transfers to out-of-state institutions. Many of you have told me you feel like this will confirm what you think, which is that this bill will have a positive effect. And some of you have told me you think this will show that the bill wasn't a good idea. So this is about as in the middle as you can get in getting us what we need to know a year after the bill goes into effect. With that, I'm going to move adoption, but let me see what's going on back here.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a great idea of Mr. Raymond's, and that's why UT and A&M already have an exhaustive study on what tenure does. So the data is out there, and it's all available to us when we need it, so there's no just extra work that we don't need to put them through. With that, I will oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to close on the amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know that's not what we talked about a little while ago, but with all due respect, you get to oppose or support or say will of the House. I say will of the House. I hope you'll support it. It is as reasonable as you get to confirm what you think this bill will do. So with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Raymond sent an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable. The author of this is record vote. The clerk to ring the bell. Show Mr. Raymond voting aye, Mr. Kemple voting nay. So Dr. Rogers voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 61 ayes and 83 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 18 under Rule 4, Section 32C5 of the House Rules, and that the bill analysis is substantially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to The chair recognizes Ms. Niavi Criado to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in this chamber, many of us are beneficiaries of higher education. I was the first in my family to graduate from college, go to law school. I know many of us are first generation here. We have benefited from some of the best professors and have had access to the highest level of academic thought and discourse. We would be cutting off our noses to spite our faces to deny Texas students from this same privilege. This legislation that has the potential to cause irreversible damage to the prestige of our public universities. Losing tenured professors amounts to losing expertise from which our students make their marks. Losing tenured professors contributes to the miseducation of our young people. Losing tenured professors will drain millions of dollars from our schools. Our state is home to 11 public Tier 1 research universities, more than any other state in this nation. Under Senate Bill 18, we are risking that success, we are risking that competitive edge, and we are risking our own prestige. Senate Bill 18 will force our public research universities into sacrificing millions of dollars in research funds every year. And the central question involving this legislation is making tenure less accessible. A years-long academic process that secures the brightest minds to train the next generation of young Texans. Tenured faculty are highly prestigious professors. They undergo yearly performance reviews and are under strict academic scrutiny, and for many professors, tenure is a lifetime achievement. Tenured professors funnel in millions of dollars to our public universities through research grants like the Governor's University Research Initiative, whose stated goal is to, quote, vault the standings of our public colleges and universities into top ranks. This body has, before today, honored the significance of cutting-edge research in technology, agriculture, and other fields of academic study. On the one hand, this legislature is investing billions of dollars to make our public universities more competitive, but on the other hand, this legislature is threatening the academic freedom of our schools of thought. Senate Bill 18 would have Texas be the only state in the nation to cut off this academic security, and watering down this vital recruitment tool will hurt our state's ability to lead the nation in groundbreaking research. Public universities are the great Texas equalizer, where Texans from all backgrounds can create and acquire knowledge to develop the next generation of technology here in our state.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentle lady yield?
Yes, I yield.
She yields.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Don't you think it is our job as a legislature to make sure that our universities are competitive not only on a national scale but internationally?
Absolutely. We want to make sure that we are attracting and recruiting the brightest minds. We want the best professors to come to our great state to teach the next generation of leaders graduating from our universities.
And so do you think that it could be very practical if a emerging leader in cancer research, for example, had a choice between coming to a Texas university or going to a university that fully supports tenure, that they may actually choose another state or another university outside of Texas that fully supports tenure?
That's a very real and significant concern, and as we know, our Texas economy is also closely tied to the education of our students. We want the best professors here. We don't want to lose them to other states.
And do you also I heard a story when we were sitting in committee listening to hours and hours of testimony. The part of the problem is that in order for our universities now to even compete with states or institutions outside of Texas, that we'll have to even pay more to professors because they'll have a competitive edge if we even want to recruit them to Texas. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. It doesn't make sense. We shouldn't have to be we want to make sure that we get the brightest professors using tools that are long-standing and give the professors the respect that they deserve.
So to kind of wrap up our questioning here, if we really wanted to make sure we are being world-class institutions, recruiting the best and brightest professors, we should oppose this piece of legislation?
Yes, and we don't want to erode our schools of thought. When you think about why universities are there, they are there to make us think outside the box, to learn analytical skills. We want the best professors to come here to our state rather than having, universities that are going to just have just one way of thinking.
Thank you for your speech.
Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for some questions?
The gentle lady yields. She yields.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Crowder, I have a few questions for you. Did you follow the hearing for this bill in the Higher Education Committee?
I watched parts of it, and I know that it went late into the night, and there were, from my understanding, hundreds of people who were here and coming to register to testify against the legislation.
And are you aware of how many people testified in favor of this bill?
I don't know the numbers.
Would it surprise you if I told you that there was no testimony that was offered in favor of this bill?
My understanding was it was overwhelmingly against, and the fact that there was nobody testifying in favor, I think, says a lot.
So, and are you aware that of the people who testified, that it was students, professors, faculty, and other stakeholders that waited hours and hours to testify and gave their personal experience of why this bill would harm Texans?
Yes, and we want to thank those students. We want to thank those professors for coming here. Your voices are so essential to helping shape Texas law and policy. I think we see their voices are so crucial, and we want to ask them to continue to raise their voices on issues of importance to our state.
And would you agree with me that this bill, as filed, would disproportionately impact African Americans?
I believe so, and you had cited to some data that I think was very compelling.
Wouldn't you agree that it would disproportionately impact Asians and Hispanics and the LGBTQ community professors as well?
Yes.
Are you aware, or would you believe, do you agree with me that educators have a responsibility to provide an education that is historically accurate and inclusive of experiences of black and brown people, indigenous communities, women, LGBTQ plus people, and other historically marginalized groups?
Yes.
And are you aware that this bill would permit future public officials in this state, whoever they may be, to, if they disagree with the thought processes of these professors, that their jobs could be in jeopardy?
I think one of the concerns is really the lack of due process. While there are some provisions in the bill giving some due process, when we compare that to it does not have enough protections in there for tenured faculty that puts Texas at risk when you compare us now to other states.
And couldn't this bill, if passed, lead to educators suffering retaliation or punishment for teaching accurate curriculum that is reflected in nuanced or in diverse perspectives? If this bill becomes law, that these professors could potentially lose their positions.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that Senate Bill 18 is an attack on truth and educators' First Amendment right by making taking their scholarships vulnerable to the preferences of politicians rather than the subject of the scrutiny of their academic, endeavors and research?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentlelady yield for questions?
The gentlelady has 1 more minute for questions.
1 more minute? I'll wait for the bill author.
Okay. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to close on the bill. Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you very much, sir. So, do you know, you're probably not aware of this. My family came to Texas because of the 10-year program at the University of Texas. So you probably didn't know that, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, my father was actually doing groundbreaking work in an area of mathematics called functional analysis, and he was defining a new area of study called Banach space theory. And the reason that this is important is because he was considered top-tier talent. And we were in Champaign-Urbana at the University of Illinois, which is also like a top 5 technical school in this country. And the University of Texas was engaged in a recruiting program. So do you know that tenure has been used by the University of Texas, Texas A&M, and all of our public colleges and universities to attract strong talent here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So in 1979, the University of Texas offered my father a tenure position to come here. And it was part of an effort to bring the University of Texas into a top-tier, top 10 status in all of the major areas. So were you aware that before about 1960, a lot of our public colleges and universities in this state did not have a strong reputation? Are you aware of that?
No, sir, I wasn't aware of that.
So through a heavy recruiting effort, using tenure as one of the major tools, a bunch of colleges and universities, our public colleges and universities, attain top 10 status. Did you know that?
Would you repeat that, please, Mr. Rosenthal, or speak a little louder?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm having trouble hearing.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
So my question is, did you know that during the 60s and the 70s in Texas, schools did not have a strong reputation here? Our public colleges and universities were not considered highly ranked. Did you know that?
No, sir.
And then, are you aware that some of our public colleges and universities are very strongly regarded right now? The University of Texas, Texas A&M, we have University of Houston. We have a number of very good schools that attract talent from all over the world.
I'd agree with you, Mr. Rosenthal. Yes, sir.
So would you agree with me that there's a major economic benefit to having strong colleges and universities in the state?
I would agree with you.
Okay, good. So given that that effort occurred over decades, so my father was part of it, like I was just saying, and during the 70s and 80s, these schools were engaged in a very intentional effort to elevate their status. And right now, we have a number of top-tier ranked schools in the state. Do we not?
Yes, we do.
So what do you think is going to happen if we weaken that program? So let me ask you this.
I don't believe we are weakening the program with tenure. We're just giving those institutions basic framework that, like I said, we'll be give them a sense of what we expect from the legislature and give them the ability to make some of the policies with the faculty included. It won't weaken it, in my opinion.
So can you, like, very briefly describe how this is going to change the process of offering tenure to professors?
It's not going to change much what they're doing right now. But the process from the bottom up through peer reviews, but ultimately the governing boards are the ones that are grant tenure, just like they do today, from my understanding.
Oh, I thought the process currently is for the individual departments to select those
Ultimately,
professors.
that's the governing board's decision, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said ultimately it will be the governing board's decision.
Right,
But the
so not the
departments and
individual
the
academic
departments and the
departments
faculty
anymore?
will be involved in that process.
Because you're aware one of the criticisms of this bill is that it will make the process more difficult and it will
I don't believe it will, Mr. Rosenthal.
Yeah, I'm sorry on that. We're probably going to just disagree. But if it were to hamper our recruiting efforts that have taken decades to build up the reputations of our Texas public colleges and universities, if we damage that, would you imagine it could take decades to restore it?
Again, I'll just say we're giving them the framework that I don't think will damage it. We'll just give certainty to the faculty of what's expected of them and their performance.
Well, I respectfully disagree, but I'll give you time to close. Thanks for answering my questions.
Dr. Rogers, would the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Two quick questions.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, are you aware that in a former career I was a tenured associate professor?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
Are you aware that I probably have more experience in the tenure process than probably most people in this body?
With that, I would agree with you. I would say yes, sir.
It's a great bill.
Thank you, sir. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 18. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Ms. Jones-Harris voting nay. Dr. Stuckey voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 85 ayes and 59 nays. SB 18 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1070. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1070 by Hughes relating to the Interstate Voter Registration Cross-Check Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1070 ensures that there are adequate guardrails to ensure we are receiving pertinent information and only sharing pertinent information to identify a voter. Also ensures that we're getting a return on investment. I believe we have some amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Jatan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply renames this amendment or this bill as the Allen Barra Memorial Act. Move adoption.
Mr. Jatan sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a perfected amendment to clean up some references to current code with respect to eligible voters, ensure the protection of personal information, and make sure that the National Change of Address database utilization is part of the standards I believe is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Busey sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author of the objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment. The amendment has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1070. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jatan voting aye, Mr. Smith voting aye, Ms. Weiner voting nay. Have all members voted? There have been 86 ayes and 16 nays. SB 1070 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1750. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1750 by Betancourt relating to abolishing the county elections administrator position in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This ensures that counties over 3.5 million will no longer have an election administrator. Go ahead.
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 1750 on the grounds that it violates Rule 8, Section 10B of the Texas House Rules.
Please bring your point of order down front.